Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, members. Good evening, members of the public on YouTube. Thank you very much, Jim, for letting us all in. And welcome to tonight's council meeting. I'd just like to say first, our best wishes goes to Councillor Purdy, Wayne and Councillor Ball, who have all had weeks with families in hospital, and we wish them all the best, and may Godspeed. And we hope to have Sue Ball in our meeting later on. And we're very pleased to see Councillor Martin Burford here. Thank you. That's great. Puts life into perspective. Tonight we have a very long agenda. A lot of people have commented on the length of our agendas and our previous meetings, and we will certainly take this into account for the future. But as usual tonight, I will introduce breaks at relevant points where there is a natural break. And because of the length of the agenda, it may be that we have to rejig a few things, perhaps the order, but we'll come to that as and when we come to it, depending on timings. But please bear with me because it's very difficult. I've now got 4 screens tonight, and it's all a bit tricky with so many people. And once again, I ask all members to make their points with clarity, brevity, and no repetition, please. And as usual, please indicate us before by raising your virtual hand in the participant box. It's the bottom right. And of course, we'll remember that we represent all the people in Derbyshire Dales, and we have their interests at our forefront. Thank you. Can we have, I'd just also like to say it's Chris Lava's last meeting, if I forget at the end of the meeting. She's given an excellent 20 years service to this council, and we're very indebted to her. And thank you very much, Chris. And we'd also like to welcome Alex Beardmore, who's taking up the position of committee clerk and is working alongside her tonight. Thank you. Can we have the apologies then, Chris?
Yes, Chair. We have apologies from councillors Cruz, Elliott, Purdy and Wayne. And Councillor Ball might be joining us later.
That's right. She's only called up in the last hour or so. Thank you very much. Right, so we've done apologies. We're on to public participation. And hopefully you've all seen I think it's 26 pages of public participation on the agenda, of which 22 pages, and here they are, that's the link anyway to them if you haven't seen them. 22 pages are statements and comments on the motion. I've completely forgotten to do a head count. I beg your pardon. We have to go and just register in, please. So can we have a register, please, Chris?
Yeah, sure. Councillor Allison.
Here.
Councillor Archer.
Here.
Councillor Atkin.
Here.
Councillor Bright.
Here.
Councillor Buckler.
Here.
Councillor Ball's not here yet, I don't think. No. Councillor Martin Burfoot.
Here.
And Councillor Sue Burfoot.
Here.
Councillor Buttle.
Here.
Councillor Chapman.
Here.
Councillor Donnelly.
Here.
And Councillor Fitzherbert.
Here.
Councillor Flitter.
Here.
Councillor Froggatt.
Here.
Councillor Furness.
Here.
Councillor Gamble.
Here.
Councillor Hill.
Here.
Councillor Hobson.
Here.
Councillor Hughes.
Here.
Councillor Lees.
Here.
Councillor McDonough.
Here.
Councillor Tony Morley.
Here.
And Councillor Michelle Morley.
Here.
Councillor O'Brien.
Yes, here.
Councillor Pawley.
Here.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Here.
Councillor Raw. Councillor Raw. Let's see her at the moment. She has been here.
Yeah.
But... Oh, good. Right. Okay. Councillor Rose. Let's see. I've seen him. Yeah. Councillor Salt.
Here.
Councillor Shirley.
Here.
Right. Councillor Slack.
Here.
Councillor Statham.
Here.
Councillor Sutton.
Here.
Councillor Swindle.
Here.
And Councillor Wakeman.
I'm here.
I've not missed anybody.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
No, it's only Councillor Bull, and we'll find out
Yeah.
when she arrives, we hope. So thank you very much. Public participation, 22 pages are on the motion, and they're all on the site that the link that Jim has just put up on, was about to put up on the screen. Thank you very much. And they are statements and comments. There's a further comment on another subject on economic recovery on Shop Happy on page 23 from Sarah Batterby, and Steve Capes is going to refer that to her comments to the Derbyshire County Council. If we can move to Nicholas Bishop's question on page 25, Nicholas Bishop, resident Ashbourne, on the air quality status report and air quality management in Ashbourne. Sue, as deputy leader of the council, Councillor Hobson is going to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Mr Bishop for your contribution. Along with all the other district and borough councils in Derbyshire, Derbyshire Dales submits its annual air quality reports to the public health team at Derbyshire County Council. They are fully aware of the levels of air pollution monitored in Ashbourne and elsewhere in the district. In relation to Buxton Road, Ashbourne, officers have consulted with the Deferral help desk in relation to the levels of nitrous oxide monitored there and are following the recommendations given by the help desk. The next step required by DEFRA is the undertaking of a detailed assessment, which is currently being procured. If this indicates that an air quality management area should be declared, then a report will be submitted to committee in relation to that declaration. The Air Quality Status Report 2020 has been signed off by DEFRA and is now available on the District Council's website at www.derbyshiredales.gov.uk/air quality reports. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And further public participation has been a question in the statement from Peter Dobbs, a farmer resident in Derbyshire Dales, on the investigation on the Green Mound Ashbourne. And at this point, I'd like to introduce the independent person who was appointed under the Localism Act, Steve Dunning, who was appointed to undertake the independent investigation, which is on the agenda tonight, and he can answer this particular question. Steve Dunning, please. Sorry, good evening and hello.
Good evening. Thank you for the question. Other than the people named in the report, no other individuals were spoken to in connection to the investigation. The remit of the investigation was to clarify the capacity of individuals involved and the source or authority of any permission granted. The investigation was concerned with establishing whether councillors were acting in their capacity as councillors or in a private capacity. The actions of residents were not within the remit of the investigation, so no other individuals were considered appropriate for interview. The retention of the CCTV footage is a matter for the council to determine, and my understanding is that the footage has been retained on file. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. And sorry, Councillor Bedford has pointed out Peter Dobbs is not a farmer. I beg your pardon. So there's a typo there. I beg your pardon about that. I think he's a resident in Ashbourne, of course. Thank you very much, Mr. Dunning. Item 3 is interest. Have we any interest, please? Councillor Atkin?
Yes, Chair. I'd like to declare a personal interest in item 23, which is the Vision Derbyshire and Localism Government Reform, as I'm a member of the County Council. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. And I've got Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to declare an interest in agenda item 10, due to a disclosable pecuniary interest relating to my employment. So I will have to leave the meeting at that point.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sue Burford.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say, I need to declare an interest in the Vision Derbyshire item number 23, as I'm a member of Derbyshire County Council.
Thank you. And Councillor Raw, please.
I'm an employee of Derbyshire County Council, so I need to declare an interest in item 23 as well.
Thank you. No further interest. Lovely. Approval of the minutes of the previous meeting in item 4. I so move. Councillor Shirley.
Happy to second.
Okay, thank you very much. If that's moved and seconded, all those in favour, have a show of hands for this one, I think, please. Thank you very much. And then, thank you very much. We'll move on to number 5.
Chairman, I didn't vote.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't vote, Chairman. I'm abstaining.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's bar 1 on that, Councillor Fitter. And there's another interest, please, from Councillor Buckler, please. Councillor Buckler. Don't know where you are. Matthew, you there?
Yes, yeah, sorry, Richard. I need to declare an interest in items 10 and 11, as I work for the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, and we're mentioning both of those motions. Okay,
thank you very much. Right, leaders' announcements. Well, in Councillor Purdy's absence, we go to Deputy Leader. Councillor Hobson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Purdy is absent this evening and he's asked me to explain the circumstances. His wife was rushed to hospital after suffering a heart attack last week and has now been diagnosed with COVID. I'm sure you will join with me in wishing him and his family well and grant them their privacy at this time. An issue that has been raised at the weekly Chief Executive meeting that Councillor Purdy and I attend is the continuing pressure that our officers and staff are being put under, especially due to the current pandemic. Whilst it may appear to some that we've resumed business as usual, this is far from the case. Due to the increase in COVID-19 cases nationally and locally, the corporate leadership team have had to delay the gradual return of staff to the town hall, and the majority of our staff continue to work from home, which poses its own unique challenges. Our staff continue to be involved in COVID-19 recovery initiatives, including business support, supporting the implementation of the test and trace programme with public health colleagues at the County Council, and the implementation of new schemes of financial support to our residents. Just one example of the type of pressures faced is the requirement to establish a whole new system of test and trace support payments for residents on lower incomes who have lost income as a result of self-isolating. This system has had to be developed and implemented in 2 weeks. While we have met this timescale, it has had an impact upon officers' ability to respond to other inquiries. Officers will always seek to prioritise inquiries from members. However, during such challenging times, it would be appreciated if members could assist by limiting the volume of email correspondence and their demands on officers for information which is not essential or high priority. Officers simply do not have the capacity to deal with such inquiries at the present time. Please could I ask you to remember that our officers already have significant responsibilities and workloads. They are professional people with a great deal of expertise, and we are very fortunate to have them at Derbyshire Dales District Council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hobson. And then we move to number 6, the Chairman's announcements. Councillor Froggatt, please.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, there are no announcements from me because with COVID, we've had no meetings, no services. But I do have a virtual meeting with the High Sheriff in the next 7 days. So hopefully at the next meeting, I'll have something to report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We then move on to item 7, the committees and the non-exempt minutes to be received for council the 27th of August, then the 2nd, the 3rd, and planning committee of the 8th of September. Councillor Atkin, does that sound?
Yeah, I'll move them, Chair.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Shirley?
Yes, happy to second those, Chair.
Okay. Can I take a show of hands, please? I can't quite get my review. Oh, now back to the right view. I think that's moved and seconded and passed. Thank you very much. And then we now move to, on our list, it's number 9, questions, and under Rule of Procedure 15, and well, it's, oh, I've got 2 different numbers, but I think we've got, here we are, agenda item number 8. Thank you very much, Jim. And the first question is the question from Councillor Mike Ratcliffe. I'm going to ask Councillor Hobson to respond, please. Councillor Hobson.
Thank you, Chair. It is not for the leader of the council to determine the discharge of the authority's planning functions. The council's scheme of delegation refers such matters to the planning committee to determine. There is no provision for a planning application to be determined by anyone outside of the local planning authority, and I do not propose that any matter should be removed from democratically elected district councillors representing the Derbyshire Dales. All members of the council have in recent weeks received training on planning and ethics, where the monitoring officer set out in very clear terms the way in which decisions should be made by members serving on the planning committee. Irrespective of the matter before the committee, where a member has predetermined a matter either in favour of or against a side, they should not participate in that decision-making process and declare their interest. I would like to take this opportunity to remind members that failure to do so would be considered to be a breach of the member code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Councillor Mike Ratcliffe has a right of a supplementary. Councillor.
Yes, I would like to reply, Chair. First of all, I think it's not without precedent for authorities to ask for independent scrutiny or adjudication in planning matters. So I don't accept the position about the illegality or unconstitutionality of that. Can I say that just generally, I'm really truly sorry to hear that the substance of this reply is really saying that the council has no reason to revisit, as it were, the procedures behind this decision that's moving to a planning application. I don't think I need to remind the deputy leader of this council of the number of formal complaints that have now been registered and continue to come in just about every day about the undemocratic handling of this 2nd of September extraordinary meeting. I think our reputation as a fair-minded, transparent authority is already in jeopardy. My council, our council, is now in danger of being held in something, I think, akin to contempt. And I believe it would be better politically and pragmatically to devolve this decision to an independent body rather than just blindly follow procedure. I know this is not a question, it's more of a sort of rhetorical position, but I felt
there needs to be a question, please.
To be expressed.
Okay. Councillor Hobson, would you like to respond to the question?
To Councillor Ratcliffe's statement, I feel I've given a full and open response to Councillor Ratcliffe. The formal complaints that have come in are being dealt with. I can say no more about the matter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The second one, B, is a question from Councillor Steve Flitter to the leader, and Councillor Hobson will respond. And the question in 2 parts, A and B, is on the screen now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Flitter. Question 1A. The purpose of the council meeting on the 2nd of September was to identify a preferred site to take forward for detailed consideration as to its potential as a traveller site. It was not a meeting of the planning committee, and no binding decision has been made that the site will definitely become a traveller site. It is now necessary for a planning application to be made for this use, and that process will involve considerable opportunity for public consultation, including the residents of Tansley. This is the proper time and process for that consultation, so I do not agree that the residents have been treated unfairly. Question 1B. Before the site can be developed, it will be necessary for the costs of development to be agreed as part of the council's capital programme. However, the costs of development are not a material planning consideration, so I cannot commit to undertaking the work on costing before a planning application is submitted. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Flitter, you have a supplementary.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will give my questions to 1 and 2 then, as Councillor Hobson has already pointed out. Firstly, on 1, it's not about policy or procedure, but it's about the moral fibre of councillors and their duty as public servants to act on behalf of the Dales residents. So how do you propose to install confidence into the hearts of residents and to this council operating under a one council theme? Under section 2, under section 2, councillors are expected to make balanced and logical decisions, and reports are expected to contain all the relevant information. The accommodation of the travelling community has been unsuccessfully discussed by this authority for over 2 decades. So why was this opportunistic decision made in haste?
Councillor Hobson.
Councillor Flitter, you make the very excellent point that it's been a long time getting to even the start of this process. But as I said in the answer in question 1A, this was not a meeting of the planning committee, and no binding decision has been made that the site will definitely become a traveller's site. We will be starting with a planning application. And as in question 1B, before the site can be developed, it will be necessary for the costs to be agreed as part of the council's capital programme. However, the costs of development are not a material planning consideration, so we cannot commit to undertaking the work on costing before a planning application is submitted.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we have question C, again from Councillor Flitter. It's coming up on your screen now, and to do with the corporate plan and for the residents of Tansley. Councillor Hobson.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Flitter. As previously stated, the proper time and place for public consultation is through the planning process. That process will take place once an application is submitted, and the people of Tansley will have every opportunity to put their views forward. Therefore, there is no need to apologise to them or to anyone else in respect of the last council meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Flitter, supplementary.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was hoping that Councillor Purdy would have been here to answer this particularly, but we do wish him and his family well. But Councillor Hobson, do you truly believe that the members of our communities have been served well by the Nab Hall Lane discussions at the council meeting on the 2nd of September that caused controversy throughout my ward? Thank you.
Councillor Flitter. Sorry, Chair. Councillor Flitter, I believe that the members of this authority and the officers of this authority acted properly and correctly at that last meeting, and we will move forward with the planning process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then question D is from Councillor Gamble, and it's to do with barbecues. It's coming up on the screen now. And to do with education material and PSPOs as per the motion on the 3rd of September. Councillor, sorry, so the answer from Councillor Hobson, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Gamble. Following the council meeting on the 3rd of September, discussions were undertaken between District Council and Peak District National Park officers. At these discussions, it became apparent that the Peak District National Park Authority did not want to adopt an authoritarian stance with regard to signage, but would welcome our support in reinforcing the educational messages that they are already promoting through the platform Peak District Proud. Assurance has been given that the District Council will be willing to do that through its website and any promotional material that it sends out as general tourism market in the coming year. On the subject of signage, educational material is already in place in some of our car parks, having been placed there by partners with our consent earlier this year. We'll be obtaining our own supply of that existing material together with any updated versions to deploy ourselves, and officers will post them in other car parks that we own near vulnerable sites from the beginning of 2021, similarly refreshing those that are currently in place. A sample of that existing material, which has been produced by Derbyshire Fire and Rescue Services, has already been circulated to members. The process of consultation on public spaces protection orders for both the renewal of existing orders and any new proposed additions will commence from early November and carry through until February 2021, after which a full report will be presented to the Council's Community and Environment Committee for consideration. 2 separate articles appeared in the autumn edition of Dales Matters, which will be distributed to every one of the 34,000 plus homes in the district in week commencing 19th of October. This is all in addition to our social media campaigns during the summer months at the height of the problems, which reached 500,000 people. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Gamble, you have the right to the supplementary.
Hi. Thank you for that, Councillor Hobson. So is that right? Is that given right? Because I was just asking what had actually been done. So at the minute, then we've got some signage that apparently at the last meeting was said that signage wouldn't sort out the problems of barbecues, and that was the reason with the problem with the public space protection order. And the past social media. I mean, education material beyond signage. I mean, I sort of thought the amendment covered it a little bit more than that. Can you tell me if there's anything else other beyond some car park sign that's planned in terms of education, specifically for obviously visitors who aren't going to presumably receive this leaflet or whatever it is that's going to go out?
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Gamble. I think Jim Fern would confirm that quite a lot of visitors and tourists to this area do use our website and for general information. Our officers are working with the Peak District National Park officers, and we feel it's best that we all work together with this. But as we do say, we are looking at the public space protection order renewal of existing orders, and that will come to the Council's Community Environment Committee probably in the spring.
Okay, thank you very much. And final question is from Councillor Slack to Councillor Purdy, and Councillor, this is about the extraordinary meeting on September the 2nd, and the question is on the screen now. Councillor Hobson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your question, Councillor Slack. You answered your question by reference to the Constitution and specifically the rules of procedure which govern our debates and how we make decisions in council meetings. What you consider to be good practice is a matter of opinion rather than confirmed good practice. The rules of debate allow the proposal of motions at any point, and the requirements of the Constitution were met, which is a requirement when making important decisions which may be subject to challenge.
Councillor Slack, you have the right of supplementary.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, a supplementary, Chair. And thank you, Councillor Hobson, for your reply. But you and Councillor Purdy must realise that by moving it instantly, that you put your own Conservative councils under pressure before they've listened to other views from other members. And it also overshadows other members' points of view. it's yes, it's not in the constitution, but it ought to be in the constitution, in my opinion. And I will keep pressing for this to be in the constitution, so we get a more fairness and more democracy in our council than what we have now. So thank you, Councillor Hobson, for your reply, but I don't agree with it. Thank you.
Councillor Hobson.
Councillor Slack, as I said in my first answer, we did act within the rules of our constitution, and that is my only comment. We acted within the constitution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we confirm that Councillor Sue Bull has now joined the meeting? She's in the meeting.
I'm here, Councillor Chair. Thank you.
Ah, lovely. Okay, thank you. So you're here for item 10. Okay. So as you know, councillors can put a notion of motion under Rule of Procedure 16, and we have one motion tonight, and that is going to be proposed by Councillor Raw. I'll now ask Councillor Raw to propose her motion, please.
Thank you. I appreciate we've got a very busy agenda, so I won't take up too much of people's time. You will have seen from the vast amount of correspondence we've received through public participation that the residents of Derbyshire are very, very supportive of the motion I'm putting before you tonight. Very pleased that you've got a free vote on this. And for me, this issue is about culling not happening in my name and not happening on Derbyshire District Council's land. The evidence in terms of bovine TV being spread through badgers is limited. There's been, I'm not a scientist, but I do know that there's been several studies that have shown the most effective way of protecting badgers is through the sort of vaccination programme that we've got in Derbyshire. I'm asking you to think about this, you know, in terms of your heart. There is no just or valid reason to cull badgers on Derbyshire Dales land. We do not own any livestock. Any badgers that are on our land should be protected in a similar way to the badgers that are protected in the Peak Park and on National Trust land. Both these organisations do not allow culling on their land. And you might ask, why are we debating this? Why are we even thinking about this? We're thinking about it because we know through surveys on, for example, the Ark, that there are badger sets on Derbyshire Dales land. So it is important for us to think about it. It is important for us to think about ensuring that people don't come on our land with firearms to kill stray badgers. So I ask you to think with your heart about whether you feel a badger can be killed in your name as a councillor representing the people of Derbyshire Dales and the land we own. The motion has 3 points. One is to ban the culling of badgers on any Derbyshire Dales District Council land. 2, to support the protection of Derbyshire wildlife through clear signage and clear information about where people report unlawful killing of badgers on our websites. And 3, to acknowledge the absolute outstanding work that the volunteers of Derbyshire Wildlife Trust and High Peak Badger Trust have done to protect livestock through their vaccination programme. It's been an incredibly successful programme. I think anybody who's come in contact with the volunteers will be moved by their efforts, and it's been a very sad month knowing that their efforts have all gone in vain. So I ask you to support this. I ask you to think carefully about it. We all want healthy livestock. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about land that is has no livestock on it, where we can actually protect one of our oldest mammals and make sure that nobody kills a badger in our names. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that find a seconder? Is it Councillor Buttle?
Yeah, oh no, sorry. I'm
Councillor Gamble.
I'm seconding, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Great.
Right, then if I could say that. Right, what I want to say is firstly, this debate should not be seen as conservation versus farming or cow versus badger. Eradicating bovine TB benefits everybody, but the strategy for this must be led by science, and the science stacks up in favour of vaccination. The distress of farmers at TB testing time can't be denied. Even as a volunteer that goes out just once a week to check cattle on a conservation project, my heart is in my mouth on the day that the testing's done, and all the volunteers look after them breathe a sigh of relief when the WhatsApp comes to say that they've tested negative. Vaccination keeps current badger populations socialising as they naturally do in tight social bubbles. Culling creates new, bigger territories for badgers to expand into, and fleeing the culling zones creates more badger interactions. About 94% of bovine TB is cattle-to-cattle transmission caused by moving cattle around, including from high-risk to low-risk zones, often without testing, and stocking densities associated with more intensive agriculture. Indeed, the 2000 foot-and-mouth outbreak led to a mass movement of cattle from the south, where bovine TB was high, to northern areas where bovine TB is low. The political decision then was taken to allow this to take place without testing for bovine TB. After this, bovine TB went up significantly. The current fight against COVID-19 has highlighted to us all that when fighting a virus, the first thing we need to do is understand how the disease transmits and to put barriers in place to that transmission. So far, we have failed to exhibit the scientific approach that we've done to COVID-19 to bovine TB. Cattle movements need to be better regulated, and we need a better solution to dealing with cattle waste and slurry and muck spreading, which can transmit the disease. Farmers are not as opposed to vaccination as some people, including the NFU, would have you think, when they are made aware of the science behind it. The pro-cull lobby is vocal, and one that pro-vaccination farmers find hard to speak out against. Indeed, a farmer recently pulled out of the Wildlife event because of community pressure. Derbyshire Wildlife Trust has 60 farmers working in their vaccination programme, and as of the 1st of the 10th, none had pulled out. Farmers, of course, can continue the medieval practice of killing badgers in the mistaken belief this will eradicate bovine TB. And politicians can continue to support them as a distraction from the serious threat coming down the road of cheap food imports. But farmers asking the public to choose higher priced, higher welfare food will not be helped by images of them callously disposing of carcasses of an iconic wildlife species held dear by the British public in the countryside.
Seconds, please.
Policing this activity where anti-cull protesters are likely to put themselves in harm's way is a waste of police time. So please do not allow public land to become party to this crime against nature and science. And when this is barbaric practice is consigned to history, answer these questions. Were you on the side of nature and science? Do you stand behind Derbyshire Wildlife vaccination trial, a successful publicly funded scheme? And will you call for bovine TB to be dealt effectively as a disease transmitter to cattle by cattle? This is the single and only measure that will eradicate bovine TB. So let's join forces with the National Trust, the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, the Peak Park District National Authority, and ban culling from Derbyshire Dales owned land. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. If people could keep their responses to 3 minutes, please. I've got Councillor Tony Morley next, then Councillor Swindle. Tony Morley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like you to take out some of that emotive language like medieval and barbaric. I get it, and I know it's important, but can I be clear that this is about Derbyshire Dales land, and we have no control over what farmers do on their own land, and subsequent to that, how much land do we own? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I've got Councillor Swindle next.
Thank you, Chair. I know Councillor Raw says that this is about heart, but I always think with both my head and my heart. It's a very difficult one, and I'm not saying that I'm not sort of with my heart leaning towards supporting the motion. My problem is I hear two arguments. I hear the side from such as Councillor Raw and the volunteers who are against badger culling. But like a lot of members here, I have farmers in my ward who have been emailing me in their droves as well. So as much as I've had about supporting the motion, I've had just as much about not supporting the motion. And I understand it's not about farmers' land, it's about district council land, I get that. But I think what the farmers are concerned about is if certain activities do or don't take place on district council land, it can tip over into private land as well. My problem isn't that I'm not supportive of the motion, I just don't know enough. I don't know, as Councillor Morley says, how much land have we got? How many badger sets have we got? What are the rules with regards to somebody coming and culling on our land? Is it that we would have to seek permission from the council and come to a committee anyway, rather than a blanket ban tonight? So it's not that I'm against your motion, Councillor Rock. I just don't know enough. And I know I've heard time and time again on from speeches tonight and emails and correspondence that the science is here. It's proof, it's evident. But I hear that from both sides. And as much as I read it online, I just get two opinions. And I know that's our job to figure it out. But to be quite honest, I don't know who's telling me the truth and who to believe, etc. So I just don't feel I'm educated enough, and there's too many questions for me to actually support it. And that's on the grounds of the science and also our responsibility as a local authority with regards to badgers on our land and the rules surrounding culling on our land. So if we could have more information, I could make a better decision. But I'll listen to the debate, Chair, and somebody may be able to persuade me.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got Councillor Ratcliffe next. Please, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Swindle is quite right that there is an external debate that is still going on, and there are two sides to this, both who are pushed by extremely well-versed and strong lobbies. We've got the conservationists, the Wildlife Trust people on one hand, and then you've got some farmers on the other. But it's not the majority of farmers, I don't think, by any means. And there is information out there that you are able to read and make a judgment. And as an individual, I've been asked what I feel, and I'm very sympathetic to not to have the culling of badgers. I'm asked as a Derbyshire Dales District Councillor too what I feel about my authority, and I feel my authority should be making some sort of exemplary move that actually supports this general notion. There are those who say that this whole thing is as much about a political decision as it is under a very firm science-led policy. The present government, of course, initially was going to leave off the culling of badgers in Derbyshire, but in September, I believe, they agreed that up to 3,000 badgers could again be culled. And I know that the county council who debated this gave some agreement for it to happen on land within their control. I don't think we should be allowing it on land that we control. Now, certainly we don't have a great deal of that land, but we do have some Triple SI land, for example, around Matlock Bath, where there is a distinct possibility of there being a badger set. So it's not that you know, we have a sort of sterile ownership of land. It is possible for culling to take place on our land if the government started to push that forward. Now, one of the other things, of course, within this debate is whether or not humans can contract this disease, or indeed whether it might affect the quality of foodstuffs as a result of infectious badgers coming into contact. Again, there's very little evidence of that taking place. So at the end of the day, I've been asked to make a decision on this debate, and I have to say I am strongly sympathetic to giving my support for the approval of the recommendations.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Michelle Morley next, please.
Oh, Chair, just before I go, could I call for a recorded vote?
Yes, it will be. It will be on all of the things tonight, as before. Councillor Michelle Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Understanding Mother Nature is challenging, and certainly to attempt to accept some of the outcomes. Nobody wishes to see any animal suffer. But I want to share with you that last evening I attended via Zoom medium a parish council meeting. And during the meeting, I spoke with a farmer, and she spoke from her heart regarding their own dairy herd, which is now depleted to 50. And in the last 12 months, that's been reduced by over 20% due to bovine TB, which I think any of us will agree is quite a large amount. She also explained to me that the compensation that farmers can be recovered wasn't sufficient to replace the animals. But what she was also greatly worried about was the future of the farming business over the generations, and they would very much like to be able to pass the dairy farm on to their children. Sadly, it doesn't look like this is going to be able to happen if their herd receives a breakdown every year. And sadly, I'm sure all of us wouldn't want to see our rural farms disappear from, once again, I've said before, our beautiful Derbyshire Dales. Thank you, Chair.
I've got Councillor Buttle next, please.
All right, thank you, Chair. I've not found this one very easy, actually. You'd have thought, you know, being Mr. Green, I'd have just thought, yeah, do this. But the more I've looked into it, the more difficult I've found the decision, particularly once you start looking at the lives of the farmers, the way they're damaged, the way they're having to live with stress, the fear that the herd's going to be lost. You know, you can see how they start thinking that maybe they're going to have to take some drastic action. So I am really very sympathetic indeed. I do have some doubts about Deferral. Deferral isn't the most trusted of organisations. It's got a mixed reputation, and I'm a bit unsure as to whether or not any science they're going to come up with is going to be better than any science that that's come up with by the anti-vaccination people, the anti-badger cull people. So that's tricky. And then there's the whole business about all the people that are, you know, like they've taken badgers into their hearts. You know, they come in, you know, like they feed them in the gardens and then they're slaughtered. You know, it's absolutely dreadful. And, you know, like Deferal's just letting us do that, wanting to do that to animals that have been vaccinated. So that's just dreadful as well. You know, like Deferal's not, you know, like not doing us proud here. It's not good. And then I'd really like us to continue vaccinating our badgers. We've done what, 6 years of 7 in a programme that's been paid for by Deferral to find out what's happening with badgers and find out whether or not vaccination makes a difference in badgers. So, like, We've almost got to the end of the experiment and then they're cutting it off. It's just deeply stupid. And then it makes the killing of them worse than pointless. It's a strange choice. And for farmers working against the landscape, you know, like they're having to live in this landscape, and then we're going and we're chopping bits out of it. And altogether, that just doesn't feel like a rational, sensible way to go forward. We've got to learn to work with nature. And this isn't working for me. So I'm massively sympathetic to the farmers. They're stuck in the middle. They're stuck in the middle between the environmentalists, the people that care about things, and they've got Deferral. And Deferral, as far as I can tell, is being powered by EU big business. You know, like that you can't sell a vaccinated cow into Europe. We're not even in the EU anymore. And yet, all right, the EU doesn't accept DIVA tests, which prove whether or not something's got vaccination or it's been, or it's got TB, right? But the EU doesn't accept it. So we've got to keep on killing them. We've got to keep on killing the badgers. I'm just not pleased with this. So although I understand why the farmers stuck with the stress levels have been stuck between people and business, saying, look, let's just try killing the badgers. I can see exactly where they're coming from, but I'm not happy with it. I think I've got to support the motion. And I think we've got to, I think we should support all the people that have done their work, they've done their voluntary stuff, they've really tried their very best to find a way forward for badgers in the environment with farmers, with cattle and everything. We've got to support the people that are doing their very best. So that's where I'm coming from on this. I'm going to support it, even though I can see why it's not popular. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buttle. I'd like to get Councillor Flitter in here. Can I just ask Councillor Flitter, I think you put up your yellow hand rather than the blue hand. Are you there, Councillor Flitter?
Yes, I did put up my yellow hand, but you were looking away from...
Do you know where the blue hand is? Do you know where the blue hand is?
No.
It's the bottom right of participants, but I don't know if... Anyway, here you are. So keep on putting up the blue hand if you can, because that's what I'm looking for. Thank you. Councillor Flitter.
Yeah, well, like Councillor Swindle, I believe this is a very emotive subject, and there are rights and wrongs on every side. But the two things that I think swing it for me, very briefly, is that I don't believe that in this country we're actually capable of living with nature. I think we've got to live with nature a lot more closely to protect our environment. And that concerns me. And the other thing is that we're talking about a very limited operation here. We're talking about on district council land. It's not going to affect a great number of people. We're not taking decisions about on farmers' lands. And I have great sympathy in life. And so therefore, I'm in a mind, unless I hear anything else in the debate, to support the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Salt.
Thank you, Chair. Can I thank the Councillor Rowe and Councillor Gamble, who I thought both put very strong arguments across in favour of the motion. And I would expect nothing less. And like Councillor Flitter and Councillor Swindle, I was wrangling with this because I just didn't have enough information. So spoke to a couple of farmers and did my own research into the facts that have been stated in the motion, most of which I'm very pleased to say ring true. But also some of them had changed, and there had been peer reviews to some of those reports, which gave slightly different and completely, if I must say, a skewed position of where those results were coming from. I come from it from a slightly different point of view. I'm certain that nobody enjoys culling badgers. I'm absolutely certain. I don't think you'll find a farmer that enjoys that. In fact, the ones I've spoken to say that it's one of the most awful things they have to do if they have to do it. But I think the truth is, looking at the programme that's been sort of taken through over the last few years in Derbyshire, it's not had the support and the backing, perhaps, to get it off the ground and give it chance to give the results that it has. and the results it's produced have been, unfortunately, I don't think, from what I can see from the data that I've looked at, have been enough to give the farmers any security that the vaccination programme in Derbyshire is working. So my view is, yes, the council don't want to be seen to having culls on their lands, but also, does the council really want to be seen to be disadvantaging the farmers in the same way, and sort of, I don't want to say tying their hands behind their back, but certainly not giving them the chance to support their livelihood, which unfortunately bovine TV decimates on a yearly basis. So I won't say that I'm torn of which way to vote, because I'm not. I've looked at the arguments for and against, and I'm not convinced.
Sorry.
I'm not saying I'm not convinced by the vaccination programme, because I am, because it's obvious that it will be beneficial if it had the support that it deserves, but I don't think it does in Derbyshire. I don't think it's doing enough on its own without the cull, so I'm afraid I won't be able to support it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Chair. I've listened to all the views, and Councillor Potter, I think he's put his finger on it when he said it's district council.
Councillor Slack, please try not. Sorry, Peter. Please try not to hit the machine, because it does our ears in. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we're starting again. I agree with Councillor Flitter that it's district council's land we're talking about. We're not talking about the farmer next door or the farmers. They can carry on doing what they want to. We won't be interfering with them. It'll be just district council land. And same as Councillor Ross has put forward, that I wouldn't like to see badgers slaughtered in my name as a councillor. And looking at the wider issue over the country, where they've had culls in Gloucestershire and down in Somerset and places like that, some of the scientists are saying it's made no difference whatsoever, as that the disease passes from one cow to another rather than badgers. Badgers aren't the biggest transmitter of it, according to some of the scientists. It's the cattle themselves, and the cattle need to be more vaccinated, really, as well as the badgers. And in Derbyshire, we've been very successful in vaccinating badgers, and I think they've done well, and they haven't given it time to really see the difference in Derbyshire. If Derbyshire, with the badgers being vaccinated, are better in other counties where it doesn't go on. They haven't given it time, Deferral haven't. And I think Deferal's not doing justice to animal life at all. They're just willingly going along with some of which they haven't really given time to really develop. So I shall be supporting the motion, Chair. Right. I think it's on district land only, so I will support it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just say to everyone, although we want a thorough debate, we have got lots of business tonight, please. I've got Councillor Sue Burford next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I will be brief. It's a very emotive subject, this, and I have to say the science is very complicated. But to be honest, I think we're moving away from the motion that's on the table. The motion on the table is quite clearly about land owned by Derbyshire Dales District Council. And I, for one, do not want my name put forward as approving culling of badgers on Derbyshire Dales lands. It's surely not necessary.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for being brief. Councillor Froggatt.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I didn't put my hand up to speak.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry. I beg your pardon.
While I've got you, I will just briefly say that I will be supporting this motion because not far from me, the farmers are culling badgers on a wholesale amount, and they're being stored in barrels waiting to go for incineration, and it's just not acceptable.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I've got Councillor Chapman, please.
Thanks, Chair. I think, as a number of people have mentioned, we are moving away from what is the essence of this motion, which is really to look at Derbyshire Dales land. Now, that from my point of view, that's a no-brainer, because there is no reason to badgers on land that is not having any effect on anybody else's livelihoods or the way they live. I'd like to just make a quote from a gentleman called Sir Charles Godfrey, who was responsible for the 25-year bovine TB review for the government, which came out in 2018. And he says, the deeply held beliefs of people who can't countenance killing badgers deserve respect, as do the beliefs of people who argue that sacrificing badgers is justified to reduce the burden of this disease on livestock and farmers. Now, that's what I want to put to this council, is a balanced view. I could talk forever on the stress that I've encountered in my career as basically a dairy cow nutritionist, at the distress, the upset that has been caused to farming families. It's heartbreaking. A TB test, if that's the end of your livelihood. That's the end of your income. It stops there. There's no furloughing of staff. That's it. Full stop. You're cut off. And that, I think, has been the worry of some of the many people who've contacted me, the many folk who've contacted me, because I deal with them. And I think they are worried that there may be a knock-on effect coming from this meeting that will affect their livelihoods. Now, I'd like to reassure any of them that are listening to this that if I thought there was any chance of that happening because of the decision of this council, I would vote it. I will vote for this motion as long as it doesn't flood out into other areas. It affects other livelihoods. Now, it's very easy to cherry pick statistics, and I think I've seen that tonight. I've seen, Peter, you mentioned the trials in Gloucester. Claire, you mentioned, I forget what it was, but you mentioned the 94% statistic. The Gloucestershire trial was carried out by John, now Lord Krebs, and the trial was called the Randomised Badger Culling Trial. Now, that took place over 8 years, and what that showed was that culling was effective in the areas where the cull took place, but something happened which is called perturbation, which means that some affected badgers moved out into other areas and reinfected those areas. So the RBCT came to the conclusion that culling badgers was not a cost-effective method of curbing TB. What doesn't come out in many reports, and what the Kreb colleagues said, was that, or let me backtrack. The trial was continued by Sir John Davies, who was the part of the government chief health officer, and they carried on the trial for an extra 4 years and found that the actual level of TB in those areas dropped by 66%, and the movement of badgers into other areas happened for a very short period of time. It's called perturbation, when something moves into another area.
Okay. If you could be brief, please, do it.
Okay. I mean, my concerns really are the number of badgers that there are about. I think there are too many, and I think it's as a result of the 1973 Badger Protection Act, which was to curb badger baiting, which nobody would like to support. And I think it's because of the fact that the badger is a classic example of an animal that doesn't have a predator. 300-400 years ago it would have been bears and wolves. Now its biggest predator is the motar. So as long as we are looking at only affecting Derbyshire Dales land, then I will support the motion. But I would hate for this to be used as a stick to beat people in the farming fraternity who support culling, and in which case if this was a farming fraternity debate, I would not be supporting this motion. But as long as I'm assured that it affects only Derbyshire Dales, then I'll support it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Thank
it was
you.
a bit long.
I've got Councillor O'Brien, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Councillor Froggatt's very eloquently made the main point that I was going to make, so thank you to her. I want to say I was very taken with the comments by Councillor Salt, which I agree with his comments, but I do come to a different conclusion. That is that vaccination programmes, as far as my reading the evidence, are successful if they're carried out over a sustained period. The problem is they keep being interrupted, and they seem to be carried out on behalf of Deferral in a sort of half-hearted manner. And it's no wonder in that context that farmers whose farming community is obviously interested is in preventing bovine TB. When they see the interruptions to the vaccination programme, it's not surprising that they turn to culling. I mean, I don't think one would hold that against them. So in that respect, as I said, I reached a different conclusion from Councillor Salt, and I'm pleased to support the motion here this evening.
Thank you. Councillor Pawley, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will support this motion, but I want to come back to the business of it being on our land. Now, our land, there are small pockets of land that seem to have been forgotten. I know of one in Cromford. There's a small triangle of land in Cromford, just behind the top of Alabaster Lane, which is completely overgrown with brambles, and it's a wild place. And it's right next door to Derbyshire Wildlife Trust's Rose End Meadows Conservation Area, where they do have cattle, and there are no fences. It's quite easy for the badgers to get up onto the land where the cattle live for part of the year. So I will support it, but I would hope that if we get vaccinated, I suppose the vaccination programme has stopped because of this latest culling idea. But if the vaccination programme comes back in, I would hope that we would then look at all the little bits of land we've got and make sure we haven't got badger sets on them. And if we have, we get them included in a vaccination programme. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We've had all the contributions, and I'd like to ask Councillor Raw if she'd like to sum up her motion.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, just to reiterate really that this is about Derbyshire land. It's about protecting, you know, badgers on land that isn't farmland. I know there are two sides to this debate. I know where I fall. As I've said, I'm not a scientist, but I live with a scientist that's studied this and explained, you know, this to me. I understand, and I've listened to, as I said in my maiden speech, you may recall, about the importance of animal husbandry and, you know, the effects of bovine TB being transmitted from cattle to cattle, and the importance of how we care for our animals. And for me, a lot of why this is happening is because animals aren't valued, whether that's livestock or wild animals, and we have too much cheap meat, and we should support farmers to farm in a way that creates healthy animals, and we pay a fair price for meat for those of us who choose to eat it. So thank you for that, and thank you for your comments, David. I really appreciate what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. This isn't a platform. It's about saying that we support the position of other organisations like the National Trust. We've got land where we might have badgers. You know, some of our parks with woodland attached to them might have badgers. I'd hate to think that badgers were being killed in my name, and I just wanted to to actually open up the conversation and to mark all the hard work that the vaccination programme has done in Derbyshire. And I hope that you'll seriously consider supporting this motion that isn't about culling per se. The government has made a decision about culling. Whether I agree with it or not is not for this chamber. What's for this chamber is what we do on our land. And I would ask you to support me to say that no culling should take place on our land. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It was moved that this be a recorded vote. I will second that, and I think everyone's in favour of that. All the votes tonight, apart from the early ones, will be recorded votes. So we're now going to go for the vote. Could everyone get ready on this? So it's for or against or abstain, please. And I'd be grateful if Chris could do the vote for us, please. So if everyone could get ready, please. It's for or against on the notice of motion, and we'll take a break after.
Right, Councillor Allison.
For.
Councillor Archer.
For.
Councillor Atkin.
Abstain.
Councillor Bright.
Against.
Against. Councillor Bull.
For.
Councillor Martin Burfoot.
For.
Councillor Sue Burfoot.
For.
Councillor Chapman.
Abstain. Abstain. Sorry.
Councillor Donnelly.
Against.
Councillor Fitzherbert.
Against.
Councillor Flitter.
For.
Councillor Froggatt.
For.
Councillor Furness.
For.
Councillor Gamble.
Sorry, for.
Sorry, have I missed out Councillor Buttle?
You did, and I'm for.
I apologise. For, right,
yes.
okay. Councillor Hobson.
Abstain.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Lees.
Against.
Abstain.
Against.
Oh, sorry. Councillor McDonough.
She's absent now.
Okay. Councillor Morley.
Against.
And Councillor Michelle Morley.
Against.
Councillor O'Brien.
For.
Councillor Pawley.
For.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
For.
Councillor Raw.
For.
Councillor Rose.
Against, Christine.
Against, right. Councillor Salt.
Against.
Councillor Shirley.
Against.
Councillor Slack.
For.
Councillor Statham.
Against.
Councillor Sutton.
Abstain.
Councillor Swindle.
Abstain.
And Councillor Wakeman.
Abstain.
Right, so 1, 2, 3.
Point of order. I would like to contest Councillor Rose's vote. He didn't make it himself, and he is not. He doesn't seem to be present on the screen. So I'd like his vote to be cancelled in this case.
Councillor Hughes, that's very well. There are other members who've also been absent from the screen. I've had messages from, and if we'd like to go back and watch the tape of the whole thing, then we could take away quite a few other people's votes. We give a lot of respect to Councillor Rose because he's been a member of this council for a great many years, and his management of the technology is obviously not as great as ours, I'm afraid. If you might like to make that point of order, that's absolutely fine, but we'll probably have to go back to look at the whole recording of the whole thing if people have to be on screen the whole time for their vote to be valid.
Chair, it's on several council meetings now. Councillor Rose has not spoken and has not made the vote himself. Somebody else has made the vote for him, either Mr. Wilson or in this case Councillor Aitken. And it seems that to be able to make your own vote
is essential for a council to be able to, a councillor to fulfil his duties or her duties in the council chamber, and this is the council chamber.
Okay, Councillor Hughes, that's absolutely fine, but I think then we've got to revisit the behaviour and the ability of the public to see all our councillors, unless we go down the option of what happens at the county when they all have blank screens unless they vote. I appreciate your comments in this stage, and we will take away Councillor Rose's vote in this particular thing. I have the gift of that, but I think we've really got to consider in these difficult times of Zoom, and because I can only see 3 people at the moment, but I've been given messages the whole time about today how we conduct these meetings.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Do you want me to mark Councillor Rose as abstention, Chair?
As an abstention, I think that would be prudent and to move on as well. What's the vote, please? Then, please.
So we've got 16 for, 8 abstentions now, and 9 against. I make that.
Right. Yeah, I agree. So the motion is carried. Can I suggest, ladies and gentlemen, that we retire and come back at 7:30, please. At 7:30, please. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. So it should be volume now.
I can hear everybody else.
Hi, Louis, we can hear you.
Oh, here we are.
I
There
can
we
hear
are.
you, yes.
We're
We
fine.
can hear you, yes.
We're in business.
I'm not very happy about that challenge. Who's complaining?
Okay, bye.
The chap from Matlock.
Councillor
I can't
Rose,
remember
it's
his name.
Davis from Matlock.
What about him?
I'm the person who complained about you not speaking for yourself, sir.
Well, why should I speak for myself if I don't want to? After that.
Well, we're on screen now. So can we, what's the time? We've got 1 minute now. Can I review?
Chair, Councillor Rose is now, he's managed to sort out his technical difficulty, Councillor Fitzherbert.
Okay,
I hope
thank
so.
you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. I think we've got 2 councillor rules on screen. Is that right? We are live now, ladies and gentlemen. If you could all return to the room. If you could all return to the room. Right, okay. Right, okay. Right, Councillor Hobson, are your video's off? We need Councillor Salt back. Okay, thank you very much. During the break, I've just had a word with James. If we could all keep our videos on, please, in future, to make sure that we've heard every single item and every single contribution in each particular debate, or else you will have to you'll have to abstain in the vote on that particular item. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So. I think in light of the time already spent so far, Councillor Hobson has a proposal.
Chair, I'd like to call for a deferral of items 20 to 23, and the motion is to refer these to the either officers or the relevant subcommittees to deal with, please.
Okay, does that find a seconder? Councillor Morley?
Second that, Chair.
I second.
Okay.
Oh, which Morley? Okay.
Right. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Thank you. Double second from the Morleys.
Chair, can you just repeat which items, please, Chair?
20 and 21 to C&E, 22 and 23 to G&R.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, and can we vote for that all on block? Is that your wish, members, please? And I think I have a show of hands. Okay, thank you very much. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. We can then move on to...
Sorry, Chair. No, I didn't put my hand up.
I didn't
Right,
either.
okay then, thank you very much. Okay, so let us go to the vote. Chris, please, so we get this completely right. So that is to move items 20 to 23 to the relevant committees as previously stated. Chris.
Okay, all right. Councillor Allison.
Abstain.
Councillor Archer.
Abstain.
Councillor Atkin.
For.
Councillor Bright.
For.
Councillor Buckler. Oh, sorry, he's out for this item, isn't he? Yeah. Councillor Bull.
For.
Councillor Martin Burfoot.
For.
And Councillor Sue Burfoot.
Abstain.
Councillor Buttle.
Or.
4.
Or.
Yeah. Councillor Chapman.
For.
Councillor Donnelly.
For.
Councillor Fitzherbert.
For.
Councillor Flitter.
Abstain.
Councillor Froggatt.
4.
Councillor Furness.
For.
Councillor Gamble.
Against.
Councillor Hill.
For.
Councillor Hobson.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Lees.
For.
Councillor McDonough. Is she gone? I think
She's absent for the rest of the meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Councillor Tony Morley.
For.
Councillor Michelle Morley.
For.
Councillor O'Brien.
Abstain.
Councillor Pawley.
Against.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Abstain.
Councillor Raw.
Against.
Councillor Rose.
Abstain.
Councillor Salt.
For.
Councillor Shirley.
For.
Councillor Slack.
Abstain.
Councillor Statham.
For.
Councillor Sutton.
For.
Councillor Swindle.
For.
And Councillor Wakeman.
For.
Right, that's carried, Chair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Right, I think it's 22 for
22
9
for,
abstentions.
yeah. Yeah.
9 and 3. 9 and 3 against. Thank you very much.
8.
So if we move on to item 11, which, if you remember, was deferred from the last meeting, the Biodiversity Road version, public open space. Ash, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. I'll keep it quite brief. I'd just like to pick out some of the key points of the report, if I may. And firstly, just to stress that this is not the Clean and Green review. That report will be presented to members later this year. This report, however, is a recommendation to amend the current policy that we have in place with the aim of increasing and promoting biodiversity across the district. I'm aware that there's a wealth of experience and skills amongst the members, especially in this field. So in order to achieve what is proposed this evening, I'd like to recommend that we introduce a working group which is made up of both officers, staff and members. In addition, I'd like to recommend that we work with the local parish and town councils and other bodies such as Derbyshire Wildlife Trust in order to consider the options available to us in developing the biodiversity programme. Although we talk in the main about verges, both rural and urban verges in the district, this actually also relates to the parks and open spaces within the district. So we're going to be looking at developing biodiversity or wildlife corridors in there, as well as the introduction of educational messages and information, and hopefully involve some of the local schools in this project as a whole. Finally, I'd just like to thank Emma Mortimer, who's with us this evening, for the work that she's done in preparing this report. She's done a lot of background work that's got it to this stage, and we've got Sam and Emma available for the more technical questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lees.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to vote for this motion. Yes, I think it's a good scheme, and it'll bring a load of wildlife into the grass verges, etc. And it'll be good for the education of the children, you know, where we can get into those school areas. It'll be good for the environment and everything. So I fully support this, and I'd like to move it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Atkin.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to second the motion and I reserve the right to speak in the debate later on.
Okay, Councillor Martin Burford.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Emma and Ash and other colleagues who've produced this excellent report. It's something I've been waiting for a long time. This topic has long been close to the top of my agenda, while witnessing many hectares of verges and public open space owned and managed by both county and district councils being relentlessly mown week after week, month after month through the summer, until this year, when I can honestly say, and it's probably the only thing you can say, thanks to the COVID pandemic and lockdown, so many areas have been left unmown for quite a few weeks. Something I've advocated for to urge officers to consider permanently at, for instance, the Ark in Matlock, where there were attractive grass and wild flora species and swards in early summer, especially on the poorly drained areas of that site, but this was mown down in midsummer and the cuttings left to feed the more aggressive species, which and it's done supposedly, I guess, for operational reasons. So I was going to ask if the Ark can be added to the public open space areas that we look at in terms of improving biodiversity. Of course, this excellent report tends to concentrate on herbaceous species while ignoring trees and shrubs, which are essential in reducing the effect of greenhouse gases. Small copses or just groups of trees should be established on wider sections of open space and verges to re-establish both urban and rural tree cover in the Dales. Despite budgetary challenges in recent months, I believe just a little of our substantial resources, or reserves I should say, could be allocated to this all-important component of our commitment to climate change mitigation. And I'd like to thank Emma for answering various questions I put to her a couple of days ago. But finally, I think a change in public as well as officer and member perception is needed, since we're all accustomed to, and have been for all our lives, I suppose, to seeing close mown, pristine open space, and we get residents urging us to make sure that all these areas are mown on a permanent basis, like bowling greens. It's what I call landscape. They're what I call landscape deserts, especially around so many of our housing developments and even school grounds for that matter. And I do, by the way, welcome the Yellow Rattle initiative in order to try to establish or re-establish wildflowers and flora on a lot of these sites. So I do look forward to making a contribution to this ongoing debate and hopefully some positive action. And I strongly support these recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mike Ratcliffe.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This has my support. I think it's an excellent initiative. And I have to say, here in Wirksworth, it's the sort of thing that we've been progressing through the Town Council for some time. Indeed, we did take over through a licence from the County Council one such verge that was regarded as being adjacent to the highway and did some very successful planting there. So I know how successful it can be when the communities get behind this. So for the District Council, I think it's just another extension, another arm, if you like, of our growing environmental credentials. And I think that's to be congratulated. I would hope that eventually it would fit in, hand in glove, if you like, with the growing possibility, some future point of having alternative weed spraying, as it were, you know, banning the use of glyphosate, but that's for another day. But yeah, this is to be supported.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. So I too would like to support this paper. It's an excellent paper, and I think all who are concerned with its production should be congratulated. I've got one or two questions. First of all, I'd like to ultimately extend the ideas in this paper to the open spaces in new developments provided by developers. For example, in Matlock itself, treetops, which is has a lot of open space, which is generally just seeded with grasses, would make a suitable, a very nice wildflower meadow, or a wild, and could easily be rewilding. Secondly, we're talking about working with parish councils and town councils in paragraph 2.18 in year 2, and also in year 2 to talk to dioceses about church grounds and discussing with them how they could be turned into, how they could be rewilded. Could those actions not take place in year 1 so that year 2 actual effort was made to turn those into...
How are we doing, Janet?
And the third question is, given the amount of work required to collect cuttings, is it possible for the council to acquire suitable machines to collect the cuttings so that they aren't used as fertilizer in subsequent years? Thank you.
Ash.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, in terms of the first question, with the new development, I think this is something that the working group look in at this stage, because I don't know what the possibilities and the agreements are that are in place, but I do think it is something that should be considered as part of the working group. In terms of the year 2 work that we proposed and why we can't do it in year 1, quite simply, it's down to capacity and other work programs that we've got. I'm not trying to avoid doing that, Councillor Hughes. I'm just trying to be realistic with it. And we do really want to take a community approach to this. I think it's such a, the possibility of being such a broad project is going to require a number of different agencies and involvement from other partners. And I want us to do that right. I mean, we've had a slight delay in this report coming to this meeting. It was coming to the previous council, but it was deferred, and that's had a little bit of an impact on the work that could have taken place, I suppose, at the back end of this year. So it is about managing that expectation and being realistic on what we can deliver. And on your final point regarding cuttings, absolutely, that's something that we are definitely looking at with the Clean and Green review. Currently, we leave clumps of grass. I have a particular view on that, and for those members who I've spoken to about it, they know what that view is, but I do think there is an opportunity to collect that grass and use it either as our own compost or look to sell it on or provide it to others. It can be used in a different way.
Okay, Councillor Swindle.
Thank you, Chair. It's a no-brainer, really. It's win-win, this report, and we increase our biodiversity, and I think in the long run it'll make savings as well, which is commendable for a good reason. Ash, there's a lot of talk about discussing with county, etc., about how to increase the biodiversity. Will we be having conversations as well with highways and possibly the police to identify those roads where verges need to be cut back for highway safety? I'm just thinking, I get a lot of comments on this, and people do want to see the verges, biodiversity increased, and verges where they can be left uncut to be left. And obviously, if you've got a road like the one that goes through Snitterton and Ochre, a slight overgrowth there pushes every car into the middle of the road and has them all aiming at each other. So are we also looking not only at a biodiversity issue, but also as a road safety one as well? Thank you.
If I can answer that very quickly. Yes, is the answer, Councillor Swindle. We've already started talking to highways about the areas that we're looking at and how we can develop that. Those conversations started December last year when we started to identify particular areas. But as we currently do, the crews are out and about around the district. So if they are aware of a verge that has overgrown and is causing an obstruction or visibility obstruction, then we tackle that at the time.
Councillor Slack, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm very, very pleased that this has come to fruition. So I've been campaigning for this for quite a while to get the grass verges, the herbal grass verges. The great thing now is, same as Ash has just said, is to get everyone on board, town councils, parish councils, volunteers. I've had enormous lot of people emailing me in the Worksop ward asking when we started and can they, and there's even groups ready to set up and give us assistance. So it is a great community effort, it will be, and really look forward to it going forward, because it all links together, the wildflowers, the wildlife, they all link together, and also it links up with the climate change, really, because greenhouse gases destroy things and we want to bring things back again to like they used to be. I know it's impossible to ever go back to when I was young, when we roamed about in wildflower meadows, but we want to try and do as best to get back to there. A lot of younger people haven't seen that today, but it's been good to get back, and I'm really looking forward to this going forward. And I'd like to thank Ashley and Emma and all his team for this very, very good report. It's an excellent report, and all the different views and that put forward. So yes, I'm 100% behind this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Archer.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep this very quick. I'm 100% support the report. Just one quick word of caution. It's purely coincidentally, this last couple of weeks, I've been contacted by a couple of residents who've not been able to access their own boundaries and hedges because of council-owned land that has become very overgrown and wild. So I just want to make sure that we're really careful when we are allocating the areas that are going to be left to go wild, and do consider access for residents to their own private boundaries and maintenance that they will need to do on their own houses. But other than that, I 100% support this report. Thank you.
Councillor Donnelly.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm 100% behind this item as well. I think it's an excellent idea, and I can think of many towns and parishes will benefit from it. And thinking my own town of Ashbourne, I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done, but I'm sure we will raise a lot of interest and volunteers to complete it. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Chapman.
Thanks, Chair. This I support wholeheartedly, but there's a but coming here. I'm wearing my agronomy hat, which is going to make me a bit of a wet blanket. Ash, there's such a thing as the Pernicious Weeds Act, which I'm sure you're aware of, which means that DEFRA can go onto any private land to see if there is a proliferation of 5 particular weeds, which is a couple of species of thistle, a couple of species of docks, and ragwort. And they can enforce the removal or the destruction of those because of the influence they can have on adjoining farmland. And I've actually seen this on the road from Pickering Corner up to Winster, where there is a real excess of ragwort on the side of the verges there, which is spread into the adjoining fields. Now, ragwort, for anybody who doesn't know, is a particularly poisonous weed to livestock. It's one of the reasons it's down in the Pernicious Weeds Act. So the question is, are we able to? This doesn't affect my support for this at all. It's merely a cautionary tale. But will we be able to contend with this?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Sue Burford.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be brief. I wholeheartedly support this. I wonder what I'd like to see in the very near future is this council moving towards more sustainable planting in our parks and planters. Matlock Town Council has certainly done this in our planters, and we've gone for perennials and sustainability. So I'd like to think that we could move in that direction in the near future. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I have some answer to my question from Ash, please?
Yes, quickly, Ash, please.
Yeah. Yes, Councillor Chapman, we are aware of it, and it's a consideration. that we will be consulting on and we'll be discussing as part of the working group, but absolutely right to highlight it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, fantastic report. Echo what everybody else has said. I do want to publicly thank the community groups in Clare and my ward, who I know have been working actively with the Clean and Green team to help support this initiative. But I also want to echo something which Councillor Archer said. There are a minority, but a vociferous minority of people residents who do like to see their verges kept as a green sward. So I do think it's important that as a council we go out and explain to the public and residents what we're doing and why we're doing it. And I hope there'll be something in Dales Matters. And I hope we do that soon and don't just leave it to the town and parish councils to do the explanation on our behalf.
Chair, if I may just on this point,
Yeah.
just try and give Councillor O'Brien some reassurance. What we're proposing in the report, as you will have seen, is to do a pilot, so we're able to display the benefits of what we're suggesting. We are aware that there are some parish councils and this won't appeal to. You know, we've had conversations where wasteland has been banded around in the conversation, and it's up to us, isn't it, to try and make sure that it doesn't have that look, and we give the explanation. But this year is about piloting. It's about understanding what we can and cannot do, what working practices we need to amend. But I suppose what underpins all that is what I was saying in my opening of the report, and that's about the consultation process.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Michelle Morley.
Thank you, Chair. Fully supportive of the report. There's also an opportunity as well for a number of closed churchyards that have taken place this year and haven't, for obvious reasons, been mowed. The Parish Council of Longford have taken it upon themselves, and quite rightly, with wholehearted support, to provide a wild meadow, obviously to grow next year. So maybe, Ash, that's something as well that parish councils or councils could help with if they've got any contacts who are willing to provide such an amenity for the local population. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waitman.
Yes, I'd like to thank Ash and Emma for an excellent report. Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Flitter.
Thank
Steve?
you, Chair.
I've lost you.
Yeah, a lot has been said about this, and I also welcome this report. It's an important part of our ecology for our countryside and for this special environment that we have in the Derbyshire Dales. I certainly support the working group, and I'm sure that Councillor Burfoot will be an active member of that working group, giving officers not only sound advice, but joining in with everybody else. The one question that hasn't been answered, and I had a few, but the one that hasn't is asking Ash if I agree with the discussions with other groups, such as the county council, parish and town councils. But when you talk to the county council, sometimes there are limits and there are obstacles and constraints. So what we try to do becomes very limited. Has he come across anything like this, and is there anything we should be concerned about?
Ash?
No, I don't believe so, Chair. We've spoken to the county council a number of times over the last year about this, and there's some considerations such as licensing or the licenses of land that we need to look at. But in the main, they're very supportive of the approach that we're proposing.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just say
very quickly.
It's taken the town council 6 years to get a licence to put a seat on Bank Road. That's the type of thing that I worry about.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Rose.
I hope I'm coming across, am I?
I can hear you.
Oh, right, good. I just want to make sure that everybody knows I'm still alive. That's the main point. But I would like to ask Ash how big the working group is going to be and what the proportion of members to officers and others might be, because I think that's quite an important point. It doesn't want to be too big, it needs to be focused. I support the motion, by the way.
Thank you, Councillor Rose. The proposal is that we would have one representative per party. As such, I emailed the leaders of the groups quite some months ago now, in advance of the report being sent out. So I will just confirm the names, and I believe we've got 4 that have come forward so far. And from the officer side, it will be myself, it'll be Sam Grisman as a clean and green manager, Emma Mortimer as community development and engagement, and we will have representatives from probably from Sam's team that will drop in and out of the working group. So it will be a relatively small group that will be focused on achieving this. I think if it gets too big, some things will get lost and will not be able to find the availability as easily. I think over the next few months we need to do as much work as we can. So more regular meetings initially would certainly benefit this project.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pawley and then Councillor Gamble to finish. Councillor Pawley.
Yes, can I just ask Ash, if you got, the reason I came on the district council in the first place was because we had a similar situation in the closed churchyard at Cromford, where we decided to let it go back to nature on the older graves, and there was a lot of uproar in the village, didn't like it at all. If you got resistance from the local community, would you still go ahead with it? And if you did, in the council in the end did decide that those closed churchyards, which in Cromford's case has got 2 war graves in, and the local community decided they wanted to cut round it, we would then be in for an event fee, because we would be working on council land and we'd have to cover ourselves for insurance. Can you just give me the answer to those questions?
Apologies. Yes, in terms of your first question, Councillor Pawley, if we do get some pushback on this, we will know that through the consultation process. And we will, as a working group, decide what's the best approach in that area. Obviously, we would like all parish and town councils to consider this in some areas of their wards, but we want to hear what they have to say, and I think we need to listen to what local people are telling us. As I said earlier, I think there is a balance to be struck, because some people really like the fact that you've got wildlife corridors and wildflowers, but some people don't. They like pristine verges or freshly cut, and they see it as being left. Or, you know, I've had some emails from residents that have said that it's just a way of cost cutting. It absolutely isn't. You know, leaving it means we have to amend working practices. It's just a different way of doing things. So there are a host of issues that I think that we will need to address as part of that consultation process. In terms of churchyards, that's not really part of this project. That's something that we need to look at in terms of the clean and green review. This is to focus on the verges, parks and open spaces.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Gamble to finish, then we'll go to the vote.
Hi, I won't be long because I'm absolutely 100% in support of this and I can't wait for it to start. So my only question, obviously that it'll be a small working group, but will it still involve ward members? Will you, when you're looking at areas, still consult with them? Because I think we could be very helpful in liaising and educate, passing information about this scheme and hopefully encouraging people, and also maybe passing on information about which parishes are likely to be interested, because I presume you're going to want to start with the ones that are really keen, that are going to be projects that you can advertise the benefits of this. So just keen to be reassured that board members will still be involved, even though it's a working party.
Yes, I think to be quite frank, Councillor Gamble, I think that's key. I mean, you know, you're the champions of your community. The working group will focus on the project as a whole, and then Emma and Becky and the team will then consult with local areas, and you are our main point of contact, I suppose, and certainly copied into the discussions that we would be having with the parish or town councils. I think that's really important to give your view.
Okay, thank you very much. We can now go to the vote. Chris, please.
Right, Councillor Allison.
For.
Councillor Archer.
For.
Councillor Atkin.
For.
Councillor Bright.
For.
Councillor Bull.
For.
Councillor Martin Burfoot.
For.
Councillor Sue Burfoot.
For.
Councillor Buttle.
For.
Councillor Chapman.
For.
Councillor Donnelly.
For.
Councillor Fitzherbert.
For.
Councillor Flitter.
For.
Councillor Froggatt.
For.
Councillor Furness.
For.
Councillor Gamble.
Wholehearted for.
Councillor Hill.
For.
Councillor Hobson.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Lees.
For.
Councillor Morley. Tony Morley.
For.
And Councillor Michelle Morley.
For.
Councillor O'Brien.
Yeah, for twice over.
Councillor Pawley.
Can we have for and against, please? Just for, against, or abstain, please.
Councillor Paul is for.
Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
For.
Councillor Raw.
For.
Councillor Rose.
For.
Councillor Salt.
For.
Councillor Shirley.
For.
Councillor Slack.
For.
Councillor Statham.
For.
Councillor Sutton.
For.
Councillor Swindle.
For.
And Councillor Wakeman.
For.
That's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to item 12, community payback scheme. Ash, again, please.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'll try and keep it brief. I've spoken to a number of members about this scheme in the past. It's something. This report was actually drafted prior to the lockdown.
What are you doing, Janet?
Due to
I'm trying to sign off this meeting.
In April. Essentially, what we're looking to do is to support a community payback scheme, and we're asking members to approve a budget of £6,000 to allow us to deliver this scheme. What that amount would allow us to do is to identify approximately 10 projects per year, and these projects would be work that we could not undertake as part of the regular pattern of work that we do throughout the year, either because we don't have the capacity to do it, or we genuinely don't get time to do it. A lot of members come to me with particular issues in their ward. Some of those would take several days to do, even though it's not necessarily technical work. This project would allow us to tackle some of those issues. So what we're suggesting is that members put forward requests for this work, and then that is evaluated by a panel as such, would include myself, Emma, and probably Sam, as we look at how many days it would work there is, the complaints or requests that come in from members of the public. And personally think this would be a positive step to addressing some of the issues that members request that we've not been able to deliver on in the past. Happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Wakeman, I know you want to talk.
Yes, I'd like to move this, Chair. And before I become a councillor, I was lucky enough to work with these people at the church in Bakewell. They've done an excellent job. We made it a community event where the ladies in the church, they made cake, teas and coffee for them. And it was an excellent day, and they've done an excellent day's work. And I ask every member to support it if possible, please.
1 second, can we let Matt Butler into the meeting again, please? I don't think I can do that. Great, sorry. Matt, welcome back. So you just missed the start of Ash's report there on the community payback scheme, but I think you'll get the gist of it. Thank you. Next, I've got Councillor Sutton. Put on mute.
Thank you, Chair. I think this, I fully support this. I think it'll be a huge benefit to all concerned, and I'm very, very happy to second this. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree with Borwich Parish Council in conveying their experiences, and the same as with myself. I worked for many years with Community Payback as a volunteer, finding work for them in Middleton and Worksop and this area. They did some excellent schemes. They worked on the Millennium Garden. They did footpaths. They even put steps, 40 steps up a steep footpath, which was inaccessible mainly through the slippiness, and they made a fantastic job of it. They worked on the Fanny Shores playing field. They did all the pruning back of the trees and mowing. They planted bulbs and all on the verges around Worksop and Middleton. They've done an excellent job. But unfortunately, 8 years ago, the government decided to introduce charges and these were only community groups got this done. There weren't any money. It was just community working with them. And the government decided to introduce charges, and a lot of the community groups that contributed to getting work for the community payback team just dissolved because they hadn't got any finances to pay. And the government then put it to these new companies, community companies, to run it. But in December, the community companies the government's cancelling their contracts, and it looks like it will revert back to the probation service to run it, which they did do successfully before. So hopefully when we come to work with them, the probation service will be in charge again. So it's a good scheme, and I hope it works. But the only question I want to ask mainly is, though we introduce it into the council, will it affect the Green and Clean team in any way? Will it affect their jobs? Will it affect apprentices coming along and developing the work? Or will it affect any of that, Ash?
No, Chair, it won't. It's there as an add-on. It's to do the additional work that we would not be able to deliver.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got 3 further speakers. Councillor Donnelly, please.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Well, I've had experience of working with some of these people. I think it's beneficial. I think, as Councillor Sutton said, to everybody, and I'm totally happy to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Tony Morley.
Thank you, Chair. Just putting that into context with some figures, I've been fortunate enough to be working with the prison service for many years now. Members might be interested to know there are 100,000 people in the male estate, 8,000 in the female estate. Each one costs us about £48,000 per year per head, and 60% of them reoffend. So anything that we can do to scratch the surface on that, both on a moral and a financial aspect, is absolutely got my support. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I support the scheme, but I have one question. There's one aspect I don't fully understand, Ash. If you're asking for new projects to be submitted, I don't quite understand where the resources from within the Clean and Green team are going to come if these are new projects, which then are presumably taking council resources away from existing projects. Can you explain how the two fit together, new projects and continuing to maintain our existing commitments?
Yeah, probably should. Just to give an example, Councillor O'Brien, we have some areas within or close to Matlock that I've spoken to Councillor Barefoot over the last couple of years about, that are outside the programme of work that we would normally deliver. But it is an area that would probably benefit from clearing of debris and weed or overgrown bushes to clear the pathways alongside sorry, the bushes alongside the pathways. It's not a key area of work for us, but it would certainly benefit from it. It would take a good probably 2 or 3 days of a crew to clear that area. But yeah, our focus really is on maintaining the street scene and the scaping around us. This would be that would be an ideal project for the community payback scheme, where you could bring in a group and they could spend 2 or 3 days doing that work, which would then over time allow either a community to help maintain it or something that we could maintain. So the level of work is far less on the clean and green team than it would be in the first instance of clearing or cutting back. So it isn't work, it's not taking work away from clean and green, it's doing work that's outside of their scope.
Okay, thank you very much for explaining that, Ash. We'll now go to the vote. It's been moved and seconded.
Chairman,
could you be clear?
I have indicated twice.
Steve.
Again.
Right, you haven't got the blue hand. We need to find the blue hand. Okay, Councillor Flitter, I beg your pardon.
Well, just to point out, Chair, I haven't got an icon on my computer to give a blue hand. I do raise the yellow hand, and I hope you're not taking that against me. Can I just say that I fully support this community payback scheme and what it entails. We have actually in Matlock discussed this before as part of the Hurst Farm regeneration project. And it's very worthwhile. 2 questions I have, because I do have I have friends that are former staff in the payback scheme, and it is important that they have access to all facilities that our staff have, such as toilets, such as feeding facilities, all that type of thing, within a certain distance from where they work. So I hope that they will be able to share the same facilities as staff. And the other thing is, the most important thing, is what type of work we give them. Now, in my experience, if you give them menial work, sweeping up and so forth, then there's not much of a reaction. But when you give them something meaningful to do, it leaves a longer lasting benefit, and that's what it's all about. So is there any possibility that we can ensure that the facilities are there and that we give them this meaningful work for them to do? Thank you.
Okay, Ash.
Very quickly, yes, that's kind of the purpose of the panel. So we'll look at what request members put through, and we'll look at whether facilities are close by. We'll discuss this with CRC, the company that will be helping us lead this scheme, as to whether they're viable projects or not. And in terms of menial tasks or not, it's down to skill set. So the group that is provided to us, again, it'll be through discussions with CRC as to what skills that those individuals have. But it's not just menial tasks. This is it's tangible work that people are doing. It's going to make a positive impact.
Okay, thank you very much. We can now move to the vote, please. Then it's been moved and seconded. Item 12. Chris.
Councillor Allison.
For.
Councillor Archer.
For.
Councillor Atkin.
For.
Councillor Bright.
For.
Councillor Buckler.
For.
Councillor Bull.
For.
Martin Burfoot.
For.
Councillor Sue Burfoot.
For.
Councillor Buttle.
For.
Councillor Chapman.
For.
Councillor Donnelly.
For.
Councillor Fitzherbert.
For.
Councillor Flitter.
For.
Councillor Froggatt.
For.
Councillor Furness.
For.
Councillor Gamble.
For.
Councillor Bale.
For.
Councillor Hobson.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Lees.
For.
Councillor Tony Morley.
For.
Councillor Michelle Morley,
4.
Councillor O'Brien,
4.
Councillor Pawley,
4.
Councillor Ratcliffe,
4.
Councillor Raw,
4.
Councillor Rose,
4.
Councillor Salt,
4.
Councillor Shirley,
4.
Councillor Slack,
4.
Councillor Statham,
4.
Councillor Sutton,
4.
Councillor Swindle,
4.
Councillor Wakeman.
4.
That's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'd like to bring forward item 15 now, because we potentially have the guillotine at 8:30, and members have been telling us about the length of these meetings and our screen time, etc. And that is to do with public participation at council and committees. Can I ask James to introduce that?
Thank you, Chairman. I will be incredibly brief. This report seeks to reintroduce the provisions in the Constitution in respect of public participation that were suspended during the early part of the COVID pandemic. Effectively, what we're asking for is approval for public attendance for the purpose of participation to be reintroduced, and that you delegate authority to me to give effect to the revised arrangements within the Constitution. So reflecting the fact that we have virtual meetings as well as when we have meetings in person in future. So those are the only comments I wish to make, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Finesse.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think it's very important that we get the public more involved as soon as possible, get back to something like the old days. So I'm very happy to move this recommendation. Councillor
Froggatt.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm happy to second this recommendation. I totally agree with everything that Councillor Finesse has said. Thank you.
Thank you. Have I got any other speakers? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Right, thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, this is a very timely and welcome report. And it's, of course, even more incumbent on us to have transparency at decision makings and to show that democracy is taking place at the meetings, even if they're in this somewhat constrained format. However, I'm a little uneasy about the point mentioned at the end of paragraph 3.6. It's always been my experience, I know this is a different format, but always been my experience that when the public participate in open meetings, the chair often expresses a welcome to the public person, a member there, that they may stay on if they so choose to listen to further debates, etc. But what it's saying here is that the committee clerk or chairman will remove the member of the public following the conclusion of the public participation agenda. I don't like the word remove, by the way, but maybe that's semantics. However, you know, I'm a little uneasy with that. I don't see any reason necessarily why the public can't remain if they so choose, provided, of course, they're not interfering within the process. But so far, it's always been that the chair seems to have very good control of intrusions into the. However, there we are.
James.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, so I have some experience of this from my former authority where we had public participation for some time. Of course, one of the requirements of virtual meetings is that they're webcast or streamed, as we are now live on YouTube. So if a member of the public wants to continue to observe proceedings, they're free to do so through the live stream. You will be aware of other authorities that have encountered embarrassing situations where things have been shown or things have been said when a member of the public didn't necessarily or shouldn't have been in the meeting at that point. So the best practice advice that we get from the Association of Democratic Services Officers is that you allow the public into the part of the meeting that we're all in within Zoom for the purposes of the item that they're there for. But once that's concluded, you politely remind them that they can observe the rest of the meeting either through YouTube or whatever channel you're streaming through. So it would be in that purpose, and on reflection, I understand the point that you make in terms of the wording in the report, but we would adopt a much more customer-friendly approach to the way we did that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, James, for that. Well, it's been moved and seconded. Can we put it to the vote, please, Chris? Item 15.
Yeah,
Public
Councillor
participation.
For. Councillor Archer. Councillor Archer. Councillor Atkin.
For.
Councillor Bright.
For.
Councillor Buckler.
For.
Councillor Bull.
For.
Councillor Martin Burfoot.
For.
Councillor Sue Burfoot.
For.
Councillor Buttle.
For.
Councillor Chapman.
For.
Councillor Donnelly.
For.
Councillor Fitzherbert.
For.
Councillor Flitter.
For.
Councillor Froggatt.
For.
Councillor Furness.
For.
Councillor Gamble.
For.
Councillor Hill.
For.
Councillor Hobson.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Lees.
For.
Councillor Tony Morley.
For.
Councillor Michelle Morley.
For.
Councillor O'Brien.
For.
Councillor Pawley.
For.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
For.
Councillor Raw.
For.
Councillor Rose.
For.
Councillor Salt.
For.
Shirley.
For.
Councillor Black.
For.
Councillor Statham.
For.
Councillor Sutton.
For.
Councillor Swindell.
For.
And Councillor Wakeman.
For.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. In view of the time, and I'd like to propose that we usually have a guillotine at 8:30 in 5 minutes' time when we finish on the item that we've got. I propose that obviously we've got 13 climate change, which is one of our important pieces of work that I'd like to get onto in a minute. And I'd also like to propose that after that we take a break and then finish with item 14, because we have the independent person here with us tonight. And I'm sorry that he's had to wait so patiently and so long for that. I'd like to propose that. That is within our rules and regulations. James, looking for you.
Yes, that's acceptable, Chair.
That is acceptable. And then we defer the other items to future meetings, although we have done the other ones already. So we're going to take 13 now, then take a break, and then take 14. So who seconded that? Sorry. Councillor Morley? Tony Morley?
I got Councillor Donnelly, Chair.
Donnelly, okay. Is everybody in agreement? I think we need to go to a vote on this, please, because I am conscious of what people have been emailing in about the length of meetings as well. So I think we need a formal vote, please. Chris?
Councillor Allison.
For.
Councillor Archer.
For.
Councillor Atkin.
For.
Councillor Bright.
For.
Councillor Buckler.
For.
Councillor Bull.
For.
Councillor Martin Burfoot.
For.
Councillor Sue Burfoot.
Abstain.
Councillor Buttle.
For.
Councillor Chapman.
For.
Councillor Donnelly.
For.
Councillor Fitzherbert.
For.
Councillor Flitter.
Abstain.
Councillor Froggatt.
For.
Councillor Furness.
For.
Councillor Gamble.
For.
Councillor Hill.
For.
Councillor Hobson.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Lees.
For.
Councillor Tony Morley.
For.
Councillor Michelle Morley.
For.
Councillor O'Brien.
Abstain.
Councillor Pawley.
For.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Abstain.
Councillor Raw.
Abstain.
Councillor Rose. Councillor Rose.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Salt.
For.
Councillor Shirley.
For.
Councillor Slack.
For.
Councillor Statham.
For.
Councillor Sutton.
For.
Councillor Swindell.
For.
And Councillor Wakeman.
For.
Right, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's carried because 5 abstentions.
Right, okay. It is approaching 8:30 now. And I'd like to do the climate change strategy now. Is everyone happy to go straight into this? I'm just looking at people on my screen. What do they want? Right, okay, let's go. So Tim, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll give a brief introduction, and then we've got representatives from Clearlead, our consultants who helped us devise the strategy and action plan, who'd like to give a brief presentation as well. So if members look at the report, after the introduction, it basically falls into four parts. The first part deals with the development of the climate change strategy and action plan itself. And I'm going to say very little about that because Andy Greenall and James Patterson from Clearlead are here to give us a presentation in relation to that. The second part proper of the report, so part 3, deals with the impact of those works on the capital programme, and that's put in there to inform members of the significant impact of this on our programme of work over the next 5 years, and the need to finance it. There's a reference in the report there to the Public Sector Decarbonisation Fund, which has now been formally announced. And members will be interested to hear that we've had approaches from both Matlock Town Council and Freedom Leisure who'd like to work with us on bids in relation to this. So that's something we'll be looking at, assuming the report is passed. The third part of the report, part 4, deals with the future of the Climate Change Working Group and relates to recommendations at the beginning of the report. And you can see there how the group sees itself developing over the next few years. And finally, we deal in the report with a suggestion that an officer resource is required to deliver all this work, and the report sets out what that officer resource might look like in terms of cost. So that's really my very brief introduction, being aware of time. What I'd like to do now is to introduce Andy Greenall and James Patterson, who are going to talk us through this, and hopefully we'll be able to share their screens and give us the presentation, which should take about 10 minutes or so. So if I may, Chair, I'll hand over to Andy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks, everyone, for having us along. I'm Andy Greenall from Clearlead Consulting. My colleague James Patson's also here, and we're just going to run through the findings of the report. Give me a second, I'll share my screen. Okay, so very brief bit of background, of which I'm sure you're all aware already. So May 2019, the council resolved to declare a climate emergency, and thereafter, towards the end of 2019, I believe, committed to making the council's direct operations net zero by 2030. So quite an ambitious target. Clearly, we're commissioned to simplify, calculate the council's current direct greenhouse gas emissions, and then to assess the options for getting those down to net zero across the following decade. So this is where the council is at present, the council's current direct carbon footprint. Carbon here, I should just explain, is a shorthand for greenhouse gas. It's not just CO2. And this is from electricity and gas use in your owned estate, and diesel and a small amount of other fuels, plus something called grey fleet, which is simply staff using their own vehicles on council business. So this was the council's direct carbon footprint in financial year 2019 to 2020. It was just over 800 tonnes, and that broke down like this. So the biggest contributor, over a third, comes from diesel used in mobile transport. Excuse me. Just under a third was from electricity, around a fifth from gas, and then the balance was from petrol and red diesel, and then a small amount from grey fleet as well. The same data broken down a different way in terms of individual contribution. About a fifth comes from the town hall, 13% from the agricultural business centre. The largest mobile emitters were sweepers and tippers, and then the rest comes from other mobile and other building use. So that was the most recent year. Just looking back a few years as to how you got to where you are at the moment, there's your carbon emissions since 2016 shows a sharp downward trajectory. So from 2016 to 2017, you were looking at.
Sorry, Andy. Sorry to see you're going in and out a bit. So I don't know if it's your mic or something. I'm not sure.
Shouldn't be the mic. Possibly a connection. I'll switch my video off and see if that improves things. So this looks good. I mean, your emissions are coming down sharply, but actually the main reason for that is simply the outsourcing of the leisure centres in summer 2018. So that accounts for the huge drop off in emissions between 2017-18 and 2018-19. And of course, those emissions do actually still exist. They haven't just disappeared out of existence. They've just disappeared from your direct control. And also, to a lesser degree, the electricity grid decarbonisation. Simply put, a kilowatt hour of electricity out of your plug sockets now is cleaner than it was 4 years ago. So that's led to a slight fall in emissions as well. So that's the past and the present. So what we then did is to start looking at how you get your future emissions down. Put very crudely indeed, there's 2 ways to reduce your direct carbon footprint. The first one is to use less energy, and the second is to use cleaner energy. In terms of energy efficiency, you've already made some pretty good progress. There's low energy lighting and good controls in some of the buildings. There's some new and more efficient boilers, some insulation. My colleague James did a tour with Mike Hayes of the estate, and we think a round number estimate would be if there's further potential for a 15% reduction in electricity consumption and about 5% in gas, possibly slightly higher, from fairly basic things like LED installation and improved insulation, especially at the town hall. We also assessed renewable electricity generation and low carbon heat generation. So there's some possible easy wins from replacing gas-fired heating in things like pavilions, depots. I think maybe some of the public loos as well, and the ABC with something called an air source heat pump, which is effectively a reverse air conditioning unit. There's a key decision coming up at the Matlock Town Hall where the boiler's on its last legs and needs to be replaced in the next year or so. And there's quite a big win to be had there by replacing that with biomass, so wood-fired boiler effectively, which is not zero carbon, but certainly very much lower carbon than gas. There's some opportunities for building mounted solar PV, solar panels on the Darley Dale depot and the Agricultural Business Centre. And we also had a look at your land holdings just as an exercise to see what the potential would be for ground mounted solar PV, solar panels. The one that stands out from our point of view is Watery Lane at Ashbourne, where there's potential for a pretty big array, 2 megawatts, which is quite significant. We did some brief calculations around wind turbines, although we understand that there's politically quite contentious.
Andy, sorry, Andy, you're still breaking up. It's half conversations missing.
Okay. Here are your possible carbon trajectories as to how to get to net zero or something close to it by 2030. So assuming that you look at you implement the energy reduction and the low carbon options we just mentioned, assuming a partial switch to electric or low carbon vehicles by 2025, so moving away from diesel to some extent by 2025, and assuming a large Watery Lane Ashbourne solar PV array were to be constructed, or something of equivalent size, it wouldn't have to be particularly at that site. This is what your carbon emissions could look like over the next decade. So the thick red line there is your is your overall carbon footprint. So it is technically feasible to get your carbon footprint to something very close to net zero within the next decade, or even halfway through the decade if the financial commitment is there. This is what your carbon footprint might look like in 2030. We'd estimate that probably diesel would actually be your biggest, by far your biggest emission source by 2030. This is a slightly pessimistic assessment in a way, because the electric vehicle and possibly even hydrogen-fired vehicle technology is improving very, very fast now. We've assumed current technology is still the case in 2030, which is actually very unfeasible. So this is almost a worst case scenario in a way. So you've got a large negative carbon footprint from self-generated solar PV on the left, and that's that's offsetting a small amount of emissions from gas, even smaller from biomass and gas oil, and then still a significant chunk from diesel. As I said, that's probably almost the worst case scenario. It's very likely that the alternatives to the internal combustion engine will have markedly improved across the next decade. Just a couple of other points that probably need to be taken into account. We looked in to some level at sequestration, which is typically characterised as planting trees to suck up carbon. So there's a theoretical capacity of your spare land holdings all turned over to woodland. You probably might be able to sequester around 60 tonnes a year. And that's based on a study from Exmoor, which is loosely analogous terrain. It does have the downside that it renders the land unusable for a lot of other things, such as PV or building. And there's a lot of studies show that sequestration doesn't actually absorb significant carbon for about 10, 15 years or more, depending on the trees being planted. So we wouldn't rule out a certain amount of sequestration, but it isn't. Bear in mind, you've got a carbon footprint at the moment of about 800 tonnes. 60 tonnes a year isn't going to make or break it. There's also offsetting, which should always be the last option to consider. Offsetting projects vary very extensively indeed by location. Very crudely, the more local they are, the more they tend to cost, and also transparency, how visible they are, how confident you can be that the offset has actually taken place. You can currently buy carbon offsets for a couple of euros a tonne, although not with superb transparency. That's expected to rise very sharply across the next decade as carbon offsetting becomes more critical. If you're looking at UK-based or local projects, the cost will be far higher, so you might be looking at something in the region of £100 a tonne. But I do emphasise offsetting should never be an excuse for business as usual. A couple of other points. What we've just discussed now is just simply your direct greenhouse gas emissions. So you'd also have significant indirect emissions from, for instance, your supply chain, the materials you use, staff commuting, waste processing. So to put it into perspective, the leisure centres alone account for about 1,500 tonnes a year, so nearly double your direct emissions. So that's something that's probably worth taking into account. There might be scope for significant energy reduction if you were to move out of town hall. That's just something we floated in the report. And there's also scope for actually creating sort of surplus of green energy by generating more electricity than you would actually be able to use directly, to the tune of another than nearly 800 tonnes, which you could then offer to pass on to, for instance, the leisure centres, local residents. None of this comes without cost, of course. Our approximate assessments for the energy efficiency projects, we're probably looking in the region of about £70,000, with a payback of about 3 years. As Tim's just mentioned, the public sector decarbonisation scheme, which has just been announced, could help with that. The heat pumps to decarbonise the heating in the pavilions and so on, the payback isn't particularly attractive there. It's probably more than 10 years, but again, would be eligible for public sector decarbonisation scheme funding, probably roughly at a cost of about £90,000. Biomass boiler, which would have a big impact on your carbon footprint, does come with quite a significant marginal cost of about £115,000 over and above the replacement cost of a gas boiler. And that isn't eligible for PSDS funding, but there are options for third-party financing models. It's not necessarily something you'd have to pay up front. Solar PV, a big 2 megawatt installation on, for instance, Watery Lane. That's the site we focused on, but it wouldn't have to be at that site specifically. Probably cost in the region of 1.6 million and might pay back in about 8 years. Again, there's options for third-party finance. You wouldn't necessarily have to finance it yourself. And then building-mounted solar PV on the Agricultural Business Centre or the Dale Depot, for instance, would cost about £500,000 for the two of them, pay back in a slightly shorter time, simply because building-mounted PV is slightly cheaper than ground-mounted. Electric vehicles. We did also touch on hydrogen in the report, but the focus was on electric vehicles. There's the margin over and above what you pay for an equivalent internal combustion engine vehicle is quite significant. Typically, you're looking at 30 to 50% and quite a lot more for bigger vehicles. This will decline over the next decade as low carbon vehicles become more mainstream. But there's also additional costs around charge points and so on that would need to be taken into account. And that's it from me. Is there any questions or comments?
I think, hello. I think, is your colleague saying anything, Andy? Or
no, nothing from me.
Just right, just in case you've got any questions and things like that. Okay. Well, we've got plenty of people who want to talk about this. Right, I'd like to go to David Chapman first, please, because he's the chair of our climate group.
Thank you, Chair. This for me has been a very encouraging report because I will admit to being slightly probably not expecting we could meet the target of 2030 at some point. But I've been reassured by this. This report gives us the definitive baseline from which we're starting and a clear pathway to our target of carbon neutrality by 2030. The working group have taken part in consultation with Clearlead and have been impressed with their methodology and their professionalism. We're perhaps not too impressed with their headsets. The recommendations made by Clearland, which you'll see in their report, will of course require a not insignificant amount of initial outlay. And that's one that which I hope this council tonight will look on favourably if we are to achieve our targets. And that target looks reachable, possibly within the time frame, which is really, really good news. But again, it's expensive. I'd just like to quickly say, because it is in the report, the future of the climate change working group really does need to continue to have input into this project. I see us being project managers for the programme of works required to get the target, and also with hopefully, if passed, to work in liaison with the climate change officer, which I think is a really critical position to put in place. Also, we're looking, and it was decided unanimously by the working group that we want to work more with local climate change groups. I mean, they've been with us and hoping to liaise more. We've had to be sort of slightly reticent until we've got a clear pathway. But now that we're looking to go for that target, I think we can bring local groups in more and more, because A, their enthusiasm, B, their input. We can encourage them with local projects. We can talk to them and get their ideas. So I think that's one of our ambitions. The other thing is, and it will probably be brought up in the debate, we need to, in some point in the future, which we've already moved towards, is to look at scope 3 emissions. That's the outsource, like the leisure centres and things like that, which we haven't included in this report, but obviously we will need to look at that. So, Chair, I would like to move the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to go to Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. It gives me great pleasure and some pride to second the proposal this evening. And I have to say, in doing that, after the original proposal back in May 2019 by my colleague Mike Ratcliffe to go down this path, there was some scepticism amongst the climate change community that this administration would take the issue seriously. I think this report shows that such scepticism scepticism has been totally unfounded. And I would like to thank the majority group in particular for their unwavered support over the past 16 months. And I think the thanks of all councillors should extend to the members of the Climate Change Working Group and its chair, David Chapman, in particular, and of course the officers who have supported us throughout the work. I firmly believe the work of the group and the contribution by all the members have shone a light on the benefits of collaborative working across political lines. Because we mustn't get carried away by this first stage. The action plan is only a start, an important start, but only a start. We've heard that we still have to address the issue of our leisure centres and refuse collection. And we have to convince our residents that we should invest significant sums of money to realise our ambitions. But this evening, we are taking a really important step, and I would commend the recommendations to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I echo the words of Councillor O'Brien. I think thanks are certainly due across the board, not to any particular individuals, because I think we've all been very collaborative on this, and this cooperation is paying off. I want to make one or two comments and then a couple of questions, if I may, Chair. I think, as has been said, this is a very valuable piece of work. It gives us a concrete assessment of what we need to do, and it gives us the associated costs. Now, these, of course, are never palatable in our money-saving environment, as it were, but we need to grasp this with both hands. But perhaps that acceptance also needs to be somewhat tempered by careful consideration of a few comments that I picked up in the report, and I'll just mention them because I felt that the consultants had been very clear and upfront about this. They say greenhouse gas reduction is an international issue, and without broader measures, Derbyshire Dales carbon reduction measures will have been in vain. And secondly, climate change is now inevitable, and authorities need to start paying attention to resilience and adaptation. For instance, in this authority, I think we certainly need to be considering flood risk measures, not least of which in Matlock. The Scope 3 activities have always been mentioned by Councillor Chapman, and clearly we need to take that on board. What hasn't been mentioned is the funding of a climate change officer, and I think this appointment will be pivotal in taking forward the strategies and seeking funding bids, and of course embedding this across all our activities. My two questions, if I may, Chair, slightly tangential, I suppose. Will the council embark on strategies to encourage cycle use? Seems to me that's one way to reduce the vehicle emissions. And also, will the council seek strategies to work alongside its planning department to encourage the reduction in the distances that people have to travel, particularly in major developments? This infrastructure in the major housing developments seems to me, again, absolutely essential.
Okay, who can answer that then? David, who
Perhaps, Chair, if I might come in on those points. Sorry. Yeah. I think in terms of cycle use, we obviously did play a role in helping to develop the White Peak cycle loop work, which still goes on. Mike Goldsworthy and myself have undertaken a meeting with some representatives in Ashbourne about a similar scheme down there, which needs to be progressed as well. And I think what we can safely say is that officers will happily work with any schemes that come up that encourage cycle use. I think we would look heavily to the county council to help us lead on that, rather than for us to take the lead. However, that's something that we can write into the job description for the climate change officer. And certainly in relation to reduction in travel distances, and the role of planning in helping to facilitate that. Some members will be aware that we have already commissioned a climate change supplementary planning document, and work on developing that is now going on. Consultants have been engaged, and we're looking to meet later this month along with the climate change working group to look at the results of their labours. So that's something that's on its way.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call on Councillor Slack. I've got next.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I think this is a fantastic pathway to net zero. I'd like to thank the working group, Tim, and the working group and Clearway for producing this fantastic document, and I'm fully supportive of it. I'm not being critical, but on page 21, wind generation, it looks like Clearway, I've been told by the working group that wind generation is unlikely to be considered by the council. I find this very strange. 18 years ago, when I was working for the Environment Agency, I was on a working group looking at a medium-sized wind turbine for Draycott Depot near Derby. Very, very much like Harrison Way, really, side of the River Derwent and away from the residential areas. And it unanimously, working group approved it, and it was passed, and it was erected. It powers the offices, it powers the workshops, and at night, the great advantage at night and weekends, all the power goes into the national grid, which is another plus. And within 7 years, the turbine was paid for and is still operating now. If you're ever on the road from Draycott to Long Eaton and you look down to River Dare, you will see the wind turbine working. It's not a great big turbine, it's a medium size. So I was quite surprised when we mustn't turn us back on wind energy. Wind energy blows at night when solar panels aren't working. So, you know, we need every type of renewable energy. And I think we shouldn't just turn us back on wind turbines just like that. So thank you, Chair. Well, I'm not being critical.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Burford.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to endorse what other members have said about the value of collaborative working on this, and the appointment of a climate change officer, which is to be applauded as well, and particularly opportunities in planning, I think, through planning applications and climate change advantages of conditions that can be imposed on developers. But all in all, I support this excellent report, but I have a couple of questions. There are examples, I think we all know of examples of communities who have funded local renewable energy schemes for the benefit of their local communities. One of the key action points for this council, I think, should be to start the process of engaging with the local community to find out just what they would like to do and what support they would like in order to reduce overall carbon emissions from the district, not just from council-owned property. So I'd like to ask if the council does plan to consult on such ideas with local community, and if so, when? And my second question, and it's something I've heard rumours, in fact, that following discussions with the council's climate change working group, that wind turbines, and this is going back to what Councillor Slack has just said, are politically sensitive in this council, and their installation is unlikely to be considered. So although I'm a retired landscape architect and obviously would be very concerned about the landscape and visual impact of large turbines in the wrong location, I think that it does need to be considered, as Councillor Slack has said, in the right location, they're going to be of great benefit. So I'd like to know if it's true that there's this resistance, and if so, why? And I think clearly would obviously agree that installing turbines could be very beneficial in terms of the additional benefits to the council's finances if there was installed.
Okay, so who'd like to answer this one? Tim?
Probably me again, Chair, on that. In relation to consultation, I think one of the first things that needs to come up to follow if this report is approved is to develop the terms of reference for the climate change working group going forward, and that will in turn inform the job description for the climate change officer. And certainly from my point of view, I would see community engagement on climate change issues as a key part of that role. So I think, Councillor Burfoot, we're in as one on that one. In relation to wind power, members will be aware that national planning guidance in relation to large-scale wind is very much weighted against it onshore. And that's really what we were looking at in terms of larger generation. That's not to say we should turn our back on opportunities for small and medium units. And in fact, you know, our planning team do approve units for mainly on farms in our area, of course, for single generation like that. So we're not completely against it in that respect. We're just not thinking that we're going to go down the wind farm route anytime soon.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Buckler, I've got.
Yes, hello. I support the report as well. I think it's great. I am disappointed in the Scope 3 emissions. And one of the questions about that is one of the questions that I've got about that is about the new bin lorries for the contract. When I read the report, it said that asking Serco for their emissions isn't going to be possible until we find out until later on in there, until the contract goes for renewal. And obviously, we've just renewed the contract with Serco. So does that mean that we're not going to be able to find out Serco's emissions in the next year or two, or are we going to have to wait till the contract is renewed again, which will be in about 10 years' time? And obviously, I understood that we bought the bin lorries. So why are they not our emissions? I was also disappointed to see about carbon sequestration sort of dismissed so quickly. Councillor Chapman will I'm sure echo this point about peatlands, that there are significant peatlands where emissions are still happening within, you know, possibly not in, probably within our district, and there are significant benefits in terms of climate mitigation and flood risk reduction, as well as securing currently stored carbon, which is the biggest problem with the damaged peatlands in the Peak District. And that will do me for now.
All right. Okay. Tim, they're quite technical, those. Do you want that?
Okay, I might refer to others on this if I don't get the answers right first time. In relation to Serco, my colleague Dr. Capes would explain that a great deal of effort was put into thinking about the type of bin lorries at the time. And at the time the contract was procured, it was not possible for us to have anything other than a conventionally fueled vehicle that can run our rounds and reach the disposal sites that we have to reach. Steve, if I've said anything that you need to expand on, please butt in. In relation to sequestration, the brief for Clearlead was to look for a route to net zero by 2030. In terms of our land holdings, the land holdings of the council, the possibility there to look at was tree planting. And whilst tree planting is a good thing to do, it was not seen as something that was helpful in getting us to net zero by 2030. It obviously has a great deal of other benefits in relation to longer term carbon storage, as well as issues around mental health, improving people's sense of well-being, improving neighbourhoods and everything else. It's just that falls outside the scope of their brief to get us to net zero by 2030. And again, Andy, if I've said anything that needs to be added to by you, please join in there as well.
No, I think those are the key points.
Thank you. Right. Very good. Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Pawley next, please.
Yes, I just want to come back to the job that's going to be coming up. In the report, it says that the cost of this could be met from savings arising from vacant posts elsewhere. Are those posts vacant now? And could you tell us what they are if they are vacant now?
I'm not best placed to answer that in detail, Councillor Mrs. Pawley, but we have had the conversation in CLT and with my colleagues in finance, and we believe that those posts can be financed. Karen, if Karen Henriksen is still with us, is there anything that we can add to that, Karen, please?
She may have left.
Not sure.
Yes,
not sure Karen's here, Tim.
Yeah,
oh, she is.
I am here. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, that's the case.
we're putting it into our financial plans, and it will be included in the revised budget and budget for next year.
Right. Okay, that's lovely. Thank you.
All I really wanted to make sure was that we're not going to be putting strain on another team who might not have somebody replaced.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to get at. Is that the case?
Okay.
I can confirm that, Chair. That won't be the case. The organisation does carry a resource at any one point in time due to natural staff turnover, and that is figured into the budget. So this would not displace any resource elsewhere in the organisation.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got Councillor Allison next, then Sue Burfoot.
Thank you, Chair. Just as other councillors have said, I'm really happy to support the recommendations in this report. I think it's really good that we've got something tangible in place now to actually meet the net zero target by 2030. I was pleased to hear that Councillor Chapman is looking to extend the consultation on these projects out to local communities. When does he anticipate that happening? We have a newly formed Duffridge Climate Change Action Group, and I know they're very keen to get involved in initiatives around the district. Thank you.
Okay. David, I'll come. Can you answer that at the end when you sum up? I've got Sue Burfoot next. That'll be answered later, Councillor Allison. Thank you. Sue Burfoot.
Thank you, Chair. My question's been partly answered. It was about Serco, but I know we've had a 3-hour meeting and I have been listening really carefully, but I'm afraid I still don't understand why we don't know and can't find out what the emissions are associated with the service that Serco are providing. That obviously, presumably, doesn't enable us to find out a full assessment of their carbon emissions.
Chairman, it's Steve here. If I can be very quick on that. We don't know the emissions from the existing old fleet of vehicles. The new vehicles will be arriving soon, and we will be able to determine the emissions from them. So we will be able to get those figures soon. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hughes. David Hughes.
Yeah, sorry, no, my hand's down again. I didn't need to ask the question.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I try and get everyone on this. Councillor Gamble.
Hi, thanks, Chair. Actually, I just want to ask a question again. I reiterate everyone's comments about how it's great we've got a plan in place for this. But I just want to ask a question that wasn't answered by Councillor Buckler. If we're buying these bin lorries, why are they not our emissions?
Was that Steve's?
That'll be me, Chair.
Tim.
This is all about classifications, and Scope 3, basically, one of the things at Scope 3 are emissions that are created on our behalf, but not by us as an organisation. Just because we own the vehicles doesn't mean we operate them. And in this particular, in the same way that we own the leisure centres but don't operate those, they're operated by another body on our behalf. So they are our emissions created for us, but they're not our direct emissions in the way things are classified. Quite agree that we need to look at it, which is why the recommendation around Scope 3 emissions is there.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Buttle.
Oh, no, thanks, Chair. It's been really good, this. I've been really encouraged by it. I turned up to this council thinking, oh my God. And in fact, it's turned out to be absolutely brilliant. It's worked well. We've got a target. We've got a plan. We know how we're going to get there. I just think I love it. But I do have a question. Now, if we're getting a payback on something that costs £1.6 million in 8 years' time, it's all paid back. Does that mean we're going to have £200,000 extra into our coffers for the next 30 years or whatever it is that a solar farm lasts? Because if that's the case, then surely we want to pull that towards us and get that one out straight away so we see the profit as soon as possible. But that's my only comment. Otherwise, I've absolutely loved it and I'm really pleased with it, and it's gone very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tim.
I think Councillor Battle answered his own question there, actually, Chair. Yes, in theory, we do make money after a period of time.
There will be some maintenance issues, I suspect, going along, but they're, in my experience, small fry to the bigger picture. I've now got Councillor Raw, please.
Just coming back on what Sue Barefoot was saying and Claire was saying, really about the vehicles and them not being included. It's because the damage to the environment, and we're contracting with the company, so they've got to form the scope of what we're doing at some point. It's just a comment, really. I think it's a bit of a cop-out to say they're not part of the scope.
Okay, thank you. And I've got David Chapman now to sum up, please, and answer the question I think you had as well.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Like Neil, I'm really encouraged by the reaction tonight. We were a little bit apprehensive, the working group, as to what the reaction to, not to the reaction to the programme, but the reaction to the costs. But I'm sure that's something we'll overcome. I just want to start by thanking all the members of the working group, which I didn't at the start, with which I apologise. But and I'd like to reiterate what a great atmosphere we've worked in without political influence, and it's been a joy, and I've enjoyed working with you all. Just a couple of questions. Martin, you mentioned engaging with local communities. Well, I think, as I mentioned at the beginning, that's one of the reasons that I would put as a remit for the continuation of this group, because we already are working with local groups, and I'm sure quite a few of those local group people will be watching tonight, and I'd like to say, yes, we will be working with you in a much more concerted way. So, and Jackie, if your Doveridge group wishes to be part of that, please tell them to just drop me an email and give me their details, and I'll gladly bring them into our family. Okay, Matt, on your mention of emissions from peatland, there's nothing I'd like better than to slip £2 million to Morse for the future to help things going. But as Tim mentioned, the remit at the moment is to look at this council's emissions and on their property, of which, yeah, there are some moorlands within the Derbyshire Dales, but really the main sort of areas are, as you very, very well know, are High Peak and South Pines and Dark Peak. The vehicles, Claire, we are going to look at those. It comes under the Scope 3 part of the project, and as Tim said, although we own the vehicles, we aren't operating them, and it's exactly the same as although we own the leisure centre, we aren't operating that. But we are looking at having a similar consultation with the aim of looking at what Scope 3 entails, because it's, although I wouldn't go as far as calling it a cop-out, it is something that we do actually have every intention of bringing under our wing. So just to sum up, thank you all for the support, and thank you all for the good feeling that you've got at this stage. We aren't going to relax at this stage, because it's just the beginning, and now it's up to us and yourselves to support this report, to carry it forward. I mean, looking at it optimistically at the graph, we could be there by 2025, 26, which would be fantastic, which is a good news story. Let's not get too carried away with that, but hopefully we can do it. But it would seem that the 2030 target is well within reach. Thank you, Clearlead, for the work you've done. That has really set this ball rolling. and we hope that we may work with you in the future. That would be terrific. So thank you, everybody. And with that, I'll hand back to the chair. Everybody's gone quiet.
Chris, are you there? For the vote, please. Can we have the vote, please, on this is item 13, the climate change strategy. Been moved and seconded, and we're going to vote, please.
Councillor Allison?
For.
Councillor Archer?
For.
Councillor Atkin?
For.
Councillor Bright?
For.
Councillor Buckler?
For.
Councillor Bull?
For.
Councillor Martin Barefoot?
For.
Councillor Sue Barefoot?
For.
Councillor Buttle?
For.
Councillor Chapman?
David?
For.
Yeah. Councillor Donnelly?
For.
Councillor Fitzherbert?
For.
Councillor Flitter?
For.
Councillor Froggatt?
For.
Councillor Furness?
For.
Councillor Gamble?
For.
Councillor Hill?
For.
Councillor Hobson?
For.
Councillor Hughes?
For.
Councillor Lees?
For.
Councillor Tony Morley?
For.
Councillor Michelle Morley?
For.
Councillor O'Brien?
For.
Councillor Pawley?
For.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
For.
Councillor Raw?
For.
Councillor Rose?
For.
Councillor Salt?
For.
Councillor Shirley?
For.
Councillor Slack?
For.
Councillor Statham?
For.
Councillor Sutton?
For.
Councillor Swindler?
For.
Councillor Wakeman?
For.
Unanimous.
Right, thank you very much. That's unanimous. We're going to, with apologies to Steve Dunny, who's been waiting very patiently, we're going to take a 5-minute break and come back at, what is it, 16? It's 16 on that clock. So if we come back at 25 past, how about that? 25 past, 9:25, please, back here for the final item tonight. Thank you for your forbearance. Right. Are we back? Great. Have we got the sound on? I can hear you all. Very good. Okay, so we are now all back. I'm just trying to look, James, I'm trying to give you some guidance to see if everyone's still in the room. I think so. I think Councillor Raw has left.
Yeah, we're core, Chair, so you can proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so item 14, thank you very much for your forbearance tonight. It's been a long evening, and we've now got item 14, which is the report of the investigation into the Green Man incident. And I'd like to introduce Steve Dunning, the independent person who's going to introduce his report. Steve, thank you very much for your forbearance and waiting so patiently. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I start, there is a need to correct an error in the report. On page 72 of the report, there is a list of people who are contacted. For Councillor Susan Ball, there is a star next to her name indicating that she had not approved her comments. That is an error. Councillor Ball had approved her comments. So with that correction, Mr. Chairman, in introducing this report, I should like to draw the Council's attention to the objectives of the investigation as reported to the Council meeting on the 2nd of July and set out in paragraph 1.5 of the Monitoring Officer's covering report. These objectives, or terms of reference, were 1, to establish a factual timeline of events which resulted in the removal of the Black's Head Ashbourne and its safe return to the custody of the District Council, and 2, to clarify the capacity of individuals involved and the source or authority of any permission granted. Members should note that these terms of reference are quite specific. They do not, for example, cover the merits or demerits of the Black's Head sign itself, nor do they refer to standards of conduct of any councillor or officer, nor health and safety, nor issues relating to COVID-19 restrictions. With regard to the first objective, this was a matter of establishing the sequence of events so far as was reasonably practicable. A detailed timeline was assembled and a summary of that timeline is given in section 5 of the main report. Fulfilling the second objective, the capacity of individuals and the source or authority of any permissions granted, required that the actions and decisions of the individuals involved be assessed against the relevant provisions of legislation and the Council's constitution. In my summary, I deal firstly with the actions and decisions themselves and whether they were reasonable and proportionate in the circumstances, and secondly, whether those actions and decisions were taken in accordance with the Constitution. I believe that it is important to recognise that the events and decisions relating to the Black's Head were dealt with in a very challenging situation. Not only was there the charged atmosphere and rapidly changing circumstances of the Black Lives Matter protests, but also the Council was in the middle of dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. My overall conclusion, therefore, is that whilst there were technical errors in the way decisions were taken and recorded, the key players in the events of the 8th to the 11th of June 2020 acted responsibly, and reasonably in the prevailing circumstances. Responsively, in that the decisions were taken quickly in a rapidly developing situation. Responsibly, in that members and officers recognised the need for action and took responsibility for making things happen. And reasonably, actions were proportionate to the desired outcome. I have made certain recommendations based on the findings of the investigation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hobson, please. Lost you. You there?
Sorry about that. First of all, I'd like to thank Steve Dunning for an excellent report and for clarifying in his initial statement the terms of reference for the investigation, which were quite specific. I'd like to move all the recommendations as they are set out from 1 to 4. And I think it's important to note that it says in a further paragraph below, confidence of the public in the actions of officers and members are vital in, I think it means ensuring, not ensuring, the councillors delivering an efficient service to the local electorate and thus contributing to the delivery of the council corporate aims as a whole. We must be transparent and open, and I thank Steve for this excellent report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Atkin.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I'm very happy to second the recommendations. I'd like to thank Steve on behalf of the council for the work he's done, and it has brought to the fore that a scheme of delegation needs to be put, and I'm glad that James is going to bring that report later on the 26th of November. Thank you very much, Chair.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, you're there,
Jason,
Chairman.
can you hear?
Yeah.
Right. So why have I frozen? Why have my some people? Oh, Councillor Archer next, please. Oh no.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Yeah. Thank you very much. Although I recognise that the criteria of the report were quite limited, there was a focus on this, on the Constitution, the way decisions were taken in terms of the Constitution, and on decisions that were made. And I do have several questions. I apologise. I know it's been a long meeting. I did email these questions through earlier in the week, but because the report was an external author, unfortunately, I'm not able to have a response to that band. So I apologise. I do have several questions. The first question follows on from Peter Dobbs's question. The response to that question suggested that because we're only investigating the role of councillors involved in the incident, there was no need to look at to question witnesses. But the issue I have with that is, if you're only asking, please don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to imply that the councillors did act inappropriately on the night. Please don't get me wrong on that. But if you don't speak to independent witnesses and you only speak to the councillors themselves as witnesses, then surely that somewhat undermines the legitimacy and validity of the report. So why was it not considered to talk to all the witnesses who were present at the night of the incident? So that's my first question. I do have others. Do you want to take them one at a time, or would you like all the questions up front?
One at a time, please.
Steve.
Okay, yeah.
That's okay, fine. Okay. Steve.
Yes, this matter of why didn't we interview, or why didn't the investigating team interview independent witnesses, has been raised on a number of occasions. First of all, it wasn't in the terms of reference, and we have stuck to the terms of reference. And secondly, it was extremely difficult to identify the names of anybody else other than councillors that were present. Certainly you couldn't identify people specifically from the CCTV footage. And the other issue is, how could you guarantee that they were independent witnesses and didn't have a particular view on what was happening?
Thank you for that response.
Okay.
If you'd have asked, can I just say in response to that, if you'd have asked me, I could have given the names of several people who were there from watching the video footage on the Derby Evening Telegraph Facebook page. And they could have been just as independent as the councillors that were asked. Now, next question is that in paragraph 5.1, the report states that the head was taken down to avoid risk of damage to the sign. However, paragraph 9.3.1 states the report found no evidence of any direct threat at that time from anyone to remove the head or threats of vandalism. Will this not suggest, therefore, the decision to take it down was a mistaken decision, and that the true motive of the crowd was not to avoid risk or damage, but was to stop the head falling into the hands of its rightful owners, the district council?
You've correctly quoted from the report, councillor. The fact of the matter was, there was a crowd of between 100 and 150 people, and there was concern that that may lead to disorder and could lead to damage to the head. You are also correct in saying there was no evidence of some other group of people gathering outside Ashbourne with the intent of coming to take the head down. However, there was definitely a perception amongst the witnesses that we spoke to that that might happen. So if you put those two factors together, I think it's fair to assume that there was a perception that the head could be damaged, and that influenced the decision of the leader of the council and the chief executive in agreeing to allow the two residents to remove the head in order to prevent a volatile situation escalating and to protect the head itself.
Thank you. My next question, there was a
And
strong...
Robert, have you got another one? Yeah.
I've got three more, but I'll try and combine two into one if
you could try and combine them, because there's lots of people who want to talk.
Okay. There was a strong, the report states in paragraph 1.3.6 that there was, quote, a strong feeling amongst the people of Ashbourne that it should not be stored at the town hall, despite Derbyshire Dales District Council being the legal owner. This again appears to support the idea that the true motive was to keep the head from the council, not protect it from vandalism. So what is this evidence that there was this strong feeling amongst the people of Ashbourne? I accept there was a strong feeling amongst the crowd that had gathered, but that was only 100 people. That is not the people of Ashbourne. So how have we come to the conclusion that the people of Ashbourne didn't want this to be handed over to the rightful owners of the head, Derbyshire Dales District Council? That a view I and people I speak to completely disagree with.
Thank you for that question, councillor. We could only go on the testimony that we heard as an investigating team. And that message came out from witness statements and from emails that we saw. We have not been asked to verify whether that was the case. I understand that the council intends to consult on the future of the head, and it would therefore be in the appropriate time to consult on what should happen to the head. But as far as our investigation was concerned, we were not asked to look into that.
Just one more question. I'll combine my last two together. I appreciate it is late, but I do think these are important questions. The last thing relates to consultation. It does refer to the fact there wasn't much consultation in the report, which is I'm pleased it does. And I accept that I, as a ward member, wasn't consulted at the time of the actual removal of the head, because it was a fast-moving, difficult time, and I understand that the council is involved, and officers involved in a very difficult situation there. It would have been good if someone would try to consult me, but I accept that they didn't. However, I wasn't consulted over the next 2 to 3 days either, while the head was kept out of possession of the Derbyshire Dales District Council. And if I had been consulted, I would have been able to represent the views of what I believe to be the majority of people of Ashbourne who wanted the head to be removed by the council and kept in safekeeping. And just to emphasise the poor quality of this idea of consultation, the report states in paragraph 9.7.1 that Councillor Lees was only given 1 hour to try and canvass the views of residents in order to in relation to where the head should be sorted. How can anyone think 1 hour is enough to try and get the view of the residents of Ashbourne and do that in a balanced way, which it states in our constitution we should do when representing our ward members? It just seems entirely sort of incompetent that we should say give a council 1 hour to consult on the view of the residents of his ward and of Ashbourne. So why was the consultation not better, and why is that not covered more thoroughly in the report?
Thank you, councillor. I think that the issue of the lack of consultation in accordance with the requirements of the Constitution is covered thoroughly in the report, and criticisms are made on that basis. As I said in my introduction, things were moving very rapidly on the night, and it was just 3 days later that the head was handed over. I can't comment on whether Councillor Lees was able to canvass the whole of Ashbourne within an hour. I would doubt it, but certainly the intention was to try and find a solution that would be satisfactory in diffusing the situation. And it seemed to me that the action taken was reasonable and proportionate.
Thank you for answering the question. I have no more questions, and I would like to thank you for answering those questions. I have got things I would like to contribute to debate, if possible, later, please.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. The inquiry appears to have lacked the ambition and the necessary diligence in seeking evidence as to the motives of the two councillors involved in the incident. It manages to come to the conclusion that one councillor acted admirably, while the other was apparently not a councillor on the night in question. Surely such conclusions require an understanding of motive. And I've got a number of questions that I would like to put.
So do you want to answer, because David, could we get Steve to answer that one first, please?
Again, I can only say that we looked at the evidence available to us. We weren't there at the time. It appeared to us that there was a volatile situation which could have got out of hand on the evening of the 8th of June, that Councillor Lees stood up, if you like, to act as a facilitator between the council and or a mediator between the council and the crowd. And given that there were 100, 150 people there, it seemed to me that was quite an admirable thing to do.
Can I ask then how you know that he stood up as a mediator and not as an instigator and a leader of the crowd? Without consulting a number of independent people, it seems not possible to determine motive in this respect. Now,
sorry, can I answer that question, please?
Please.
I don't think we were attempting to ascribe motives to councillors. What we were attempting to do was to look at the facts as far as we could get at them. And the facts of the matter were that there was a volatile situation. There was a crowd of 100 to 150, and one councillor came forward to act as a conduit, if you like, between the council in the form of the leader and the chief executive and the crowd, and managed to achieve a solution that was acceptable to the crowd. So that was why my view was that that motive was admirable.
And again, I come back and say, well, if that, how do you know that was his motive, and how do you know that it wasn't to take the head himself and not release it to the council as happened? I would ask a second question. Do the members of the inquiry know why Councillor Lees and Councillor Purdy, who is an ex-police officer, did not call the police when there was a prospective breach of the peace about to happen? And I have a supplementary when you've answered that question.
The simple reason we didn't look into that is, as I said in my introduction, the terms of reference of the inquiry are very precise to clarify the capacity, to look at the timeline and to clarify the capacity of individuals.
Okay,
that is what we have done, and I think that that is why we didn't look at why the police were.
Thank you very much for that answer. In that case, can I ask a supplementary, and this is by way of a slight diversion. What would your advice be if to a councillor if they were faced with a crowd of people who were trying to expropriate council property? Would it be to help them expropriate that property by calling the council leader and then putting pressure on the chief executive to acquiesce to the removal of the property, or would it be to call the police?
Well, I'm not sure if this is this an appropriate question? You're happy to answer that,
Chair,
Steve?
it is an appropriate question because it
Okay.
goes to the nub of the problem in this report. That the report is biased, it's a whitewash, and it seeks to excuse
Right.
the behaviour of
Okay.
individuals.
Well, let Steve answer the question then. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, councillor. Well, I would not be giving advice to councillors. It's not my job. My job was to act as an independent challenge on this review. The fact of the matter, it seems to me, is that on the morning or the early afternoon of the 8th of June, the council had already decided that that head would be removed with immediate effect. and the fact that it was removed by residents was in effect giving effect to that decision, albeit not by the council's contractors, by 2 residents. So I don't understand the question any further than that, I'm afraid.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand the answer, but I won't pursue it. The next question is, it says in the report that the Councillor Lees acted as a councillor, and one of the elements in coming to that conclusion was that he balanced different interests identified within his ward. Can you tell me what evidence you have for the fact that he balanced the interests of different parties in his ward?
The evidence of the testimony we received from witnesses and from the press reports and the CCTV footage.
And I come back to my first point, that the inquiry lacked ambition and the necessary diligence to come to the conclusions that it came to. And it can't come to the conclusion that he acted in that way from the evidence that's presented in the report. You could, from the evidence presented in the report, you could come to precisely the opposite conclusion, that he represented a single faction and that he then pursued the interests of that single faction. I am not saying that he did. All I am saying is that the evidence in the report does not show that, demonstrate that he balanced the different interests of his constituents. But I won't. You can answer if you'd like to answer that. I'd be very grateful.
I understand the point you're making, but I beg to differ.
Well, can I ask why you could withdraw on that point?
I don't wish to comment any further than that. I have taken a view on this in the report.
Councillor Hughes, how many more have you got? I've got several other people.
4 questions. Does the inquiry know why Councillor Lees did not immediately hand over the head to a council officer?
We understand that following the evening of the 8th of June, discussions took place on the next couple of days between the Chief Executive and Councillor Lees on establishing what would be an acceptable place to put the head when it was handed over. And that ended up being the Derbyshire Record Office, and that took a couple of days to do those discussions and organise that to happen on the 3rd.
And we've already heard from Councillor Archer that he was not consulted on this. So how do you know that was an acceptable place for the people of Ashbourne? I come back to the point that you lacked ambition and the necessary diligence in pursuing your question.
Okay, we've made that point, Councillor Hughes. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll go on to the next point then.
Gentlemen, point of order, please.
When will the council receive the head into its safekeeping?
Order.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Please.
Councillor O'Brien is doing a job. We're here, we're supposed to be asking questions, surely, and debating the subject, not carrying out a cross-examination of an independent person. And I think the tone that that particular councillor is using is very aggressive, unnecessary, and does the council no favours at all.
I'm sorry, Councillor Shirley, but this is a very important point, that we have a report in front of us.
Can we let Councillor, sorry, not Councillor, can we let Steve Dennis answer the last point, please?
I'm sorry, Chair, I thought I had answered.
Oh, right, I beg your pardon. So, Councillor Hughes, have you a last question, please?
Yeah.
I've got lots of other people who want to talk.
Yes. When will the council receive the head into its safekeeping?
That was not part of the remit of our investigation. That is a matter for the council to determine. It is on deposit with the Derbyshire Record Office, as I understand it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gamble, please.
Hi, thank you, Chair. Right, so if we go question by question,
Can you just ask how many? Can I just ask how many you've got?
I'm having a look through them because some of them have been asked already, so it won't be too.
Good. Please no repetition at 10 to 10.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to do repetition. Don't worry. sorry, you described Councillor Lee's action as admirable in the way he handled the situation, which obviously is a value-laden statement to giving your opinion. Can you then tell me why you didn't consider your opinion on whether Councillor Lee should have taken the normal action I would have thought most people, given a volatile situation with 100 people, would have done, and to have simply called the police? 101 is a number that we all know. And
okay, let's answer that one.
Go on.
Steve.
Well, I think I've partially answered that question before, Chair, in that it wasn't within our remit to decide whether councillors should call the police in given situations or this situation. It seemed to me that we know the police were in attendance at some point and did not intervene. We do not know whether they were called by a member of the public or how they got to be there, but we have heard from witnesses who said they were in attendance. Now, I can only go back to my previous answer that to be in a situation with a volatile crowd of 100 to 150 people and to step up to the plate to try and diffuse that situation and come to a solution seemed to me an admirable piece of work.
And would you agree? When would you agree that is an opinion, and that another person's opinion could be that they should have called the police? Right. And
there
then
are all sorts of opinions, Councillor, on this matter.
Right. Right. Next question is, under the principles of decision making outlined in 8.3 of the report, it says all decisions should be made in accordance with the rule of law. Sorry. How well does the council think does it met that criteria, given the video evidence of Councillor Lee's holding the ladder that provided the obstruction of the highway for several hours? Oh, sorry, sorry, roughly an hour.
Could I ask a question in return, please? What law does the councillor feel was breached on that occasion?
The willful obstruction of the highway without good cause, which is to stop the members of the public exercising their legal right to pass and repass the highway.
We saw no evidence that Councillor Lees was responsible for the crowd blocking the road.
Would you agree he participated in that?
Well, I've already answered that question. His role was...
Yes or no? Did he participate in obstruction of the highway?
Okay, Councillor Campbell, please let him answer the question.
I'm asking him. Go on.
Well, I've answered the question.
Sorry, you haven't. Yes or no? Did a Councillor Lees participate in obstruction of the highway?
Councillor Lees was one of a number of members of the public who were on the highway. Yes, he was part of the group that obstructed the highway, if that helps.
Thank you. Yeah, well, we're just trying to, as you said, your remit was to establish the facts. I think
question, please. Question, please, Councillor Gamble, please.
Yes, don't worry.
I'd be grateful.
Question. Right. Next question is, a number of, too many to mention here, decisions were apparently taken without accordance with proper regard to the council's constitution. Can you tell me what training the CLT has had in the constitution? And if it hasn't had, and if he considers that the CLT need more training on the Constitution, or if he considers that the CLT were adequately trained in the Constitution, will he acknowledge that training was obviously a failure? I think this might be something of interest to the residents of Tansley, who obviously have questions about our procedure and following a procedure.
Okay, it's about the
Chair,
Green Man
point of
incident.
order. We are discussing the housing
Green
dashboard. It's got nothing to do with Tansley. Point of order, Chair.
Yeah. Okay.
All righty. I'm sorry. I apologise for that, but still, could you answer the question about the?
Yes. Let Steve answer, please, Councillor Gamble.
Okay. Thank you.
Indeed, it is a recommendation of the report that there should be further training in decision making under the Constitution. It's there.
Right. Okay, thank you. Right, another question.
Thank you very much, Kat. Oh.
Given the council gave Councillor Lees then the permission to participate in this obstruction of the highway, will the council be provided compensation for the drivers? There was quite a long line witnessed in video footage that we saw, for any inconvenience caused.
This was not in the remit of the investigation. It's a matter for the council.
Right. And then my last question really is, at the time on the June, we actually asked the Chief Executive for an independent review and with a remit decided by the council. Can I ask when we're going to have that? I'm not sure I'm the right person to answer that question, as I didn't fix the remit of the investigation. But we did not receive any requests to change the remit since the council meeting that agreed it. That's because we'll be given absolutely no choice. I emailed the monitoring officer with several recommendations, including deciding which levels of criminal.
That's not a question for Steve, I think.
Right.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor.
Okay,
Councillor Allison, I've got. Please, Councillor Allison.
Thank you, Chair. My questions have been covered, but I'm going to keep my hand raised because I want to speak in the debate. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Sue Burford.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two questions. As a member of the Fire Authority, I'm very aware of the importance of safety issues when firefighters are carrying out their duties and of the amount of training they do to ensure safety at all times. So my question is, why doesn't the report mention the fact that the two members of the crowd who used ladders to remove the head did not have any safety equipment? And because the process of removing that head appeared to place both the two men and the members of the crowd below at risk. That's the first question, please.
Thank you, Councillor. I can only refer you to an answer to an earlier question. It was not part of the remit of the investigation to consider health and safety issues.
Thank you. Well, coming on to my second question, I do have to preface that by saying that I do fully realise what the remit was, but as councillors, we're not, quite frankly, we're not getting answers. And it would seem that we're unlikely to get answers from anybody on what actually happened on that night. So my question, which I think has partly been answered, was, so did anybody manage to ascertain why the police weren't called at any point if there was a belief that there was a threat of damage to public property? But I've got a feeling you're not going to be able to answer that, and I'm not sure how, as councillors, we're ever
let Steve answer. Let Steve answer, please. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councillor, but I can only give the answer I gave before. It wasn't part of our remit to look into that. The police were in attendance, we were told, and they did not, as we understand it, intervene. Whether that is an indication that public disorder wasn't likely, or that the situation was being managed to prevent public disorder breaking out, I cannot comment.
Okay, thank you very much. And I get Councillor Tony Morley, please. And could I ask councillors? I know it's late. I know it's the motive issue, but please could we try and curtail our emotion and ask relevant questions.
Thank you, Chair, because that is exactly what I was going to say. It's becoming like a court of law. The gentleman has produced the report within the reference, the frame of reference. People are trying to put questions to him that he can't answer. It is not becoming of our council to take this almost hysterical attitude to cross-questioning a contractor. And I reserve the right to come back. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Allison next.
Are we in debate now, Chair?
Yeah, it's been moved and seconded earlier on. There'll be one or two questions, but of course you're invited to your opinion now.
Okay, I'm going to move to make the statement that I prepared. It's disappointing that this report comes to the council at the start of Black History Month, which this council has chosen to ignore. I would have thought acknowledging Black History Month would have been an ideal way to try and repair some of the damage that has been done to community cohesion by the events of the 8th of June. I don't believe the accounts of the events in the report. I think the report has been written to ensure those involved in the events of the 8th of June were never held accountable for their actions. And to praise a councillor for his involvement, in my opinion, is akin to thanking an arsonist for putting out his own fire. Thank you.
Can I have Councillor Gamble next? You've asked your questions. Would you for the debate?
Right. Well, I don't think I can top what Councillor Allison said. Actually, I think she
Okay.
really something to, but I do want to say something. I mean, to agree. I mean, every element of this report seems to have been to cover up, in that we have a report that tries to create a narrative that the people that night wanted to somehow save their head from damage, while admitting that there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever that anyone intended to damage the head, by a group of people whose sole remit seemed to be to keep the head out of the Derbyshire Dales District Council's ownership. I mean, this was all reiterated really on a couple of pieces of emails I even had from what was evidently supporters of the action later, who expressed extreme disappointment that the Derbyshire Dales had the head, and extreme disappointment that Derbyshire Dales were going to make any decisions on it. And I'd really go, and I can only express my disappointment that we had a monitoring officer at the time who just turned an absolute deaf ear to what councillors wanted. I wrote a detailed email.
Point of order, Chair. I will not have our former monitoring officer belittled in a committee meeting when she acted appropriately, and she's been exonerated in the report. Sorry, Chair. Point of order.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Campbell, can you continue?
Still my opinion that I did write her a long, detailed and carefully considered email where I asked not just for the events of the night to be thing, but for the council to go on a learning curve and actually look at this in terms of not just, again, I mean, clearly, I mean, and Steve Dunning has done a good job in highlighting the areas of the Constitution that we need to look at.
Thank you.
But I really would have liked this to look at at state for community cohesion. And I think this has raised really difficult problems for Ashbourne now, in that we've got a situation where only 3 councillors were actually seem to be deemed of any importance. I'm really disappointed to the way the Councillor Archer was just basically sort of rubbed out of this whole procedure. And therefore, allowing only a small section of Ashbourne to be, as it seems, considered by this council is important. And I think that has done real community damage. And I think, as Councillor Allison said, you know, if we'd done something to actually repair that damage, like maybe acknowledge Black History Week or something like that, but we've not. We're a council now that apparently says that that's who we stand with, and I think that's really disappointing.
Okay. Thank you very much. I've got now Councillor Archer again, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just start by saying I feel really quite sorry about this whole affair. I feel sorry for Steve, because I think he's had a really tough time tonight, when actually he's just responded to a remit. The problem's been the remit. The report is not served its purpose, because the remit is not giving the people who are writing the report the scope to actually investigate what needed investigating. So I feel sorry for Steve, and he's had a hard time because of that. I actually feel sorry for the people of Ashbourne, because I don't think this report is anywhere near thorough enough in investigating what happened. I feel sorry for Councillor Lees, because of the fact that the report lacks the rigour that it needed. I think that means there's lots of people doubting his actions, and I do think that on the night he was trying to act to defuse a difficult situation, but the report just doesn't look great. It doesn't paint a good picture. It paints a picture of a lot of uncertainty and things not being looked into that should have been looked into to clarify things. I feel sorry for the council, because I think it makes the council look poor, really, to members of the public looking at this whole affair. So I'd like to finish by saying that I cannot vote to approve this report for the following 4 reasons. It does not adequately address the reasons for the delay between the head being removed and it being returned to its rightful owner, the district council. It makes no mention of the risks to the people removing the head or the people below, and no mention to the fact there's a large gathering where COVID-19 guidelines are in place, and that's the fault of the remit, not Steve. I accept that. I cannot accept that there appears to be no genuine attempts to consult independent witnesses. The only 2 eyewitnesses that her accounts have been considered were directly involved in the incident. And most importantly for me, the report makes several references to action being taken on, quote, the strong feeling of the people of Ashbourne. The council constitution states that all councillors will, quote, balance the different interests identified within their ward and represent the ward as a whole. I know Mr. Councillor Lees couldn't do that now. He was responding to a difficult situation. I recognise that. But in this case, it seems that it was the views of just a small but vocal crowd that were taken to be the strong feelings of the people of Ashbourne. I cannot accept this is the case. No one consulted me as an elected representative of the people of Ashbourne. And for Councillor Lees to be given 1 hour to consult the people of Ashbourne is a joke. Not his fault. I don't know who made that decision to give him an hour. If I'd been consulted, I would have represented the voice of what I firmly believe to be the majority of the people of Ashbourne in supporting the council's reasonable and considered decision to respond to a well-supported petition by safely removing the head and holding it in its safekeeping by its owners while its future is considered. And unfortunately, this report falls well short of answering those questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wakeman.
Yes, I want to thank Steve for the report. I just feel that this is just a very odd subject, but I think these 2 councillors are just being a target practice at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Salt.
Thank you, Chair. I've not really got to speak too much to the issue, but can I just remind councillors that just because you have a list of questions in front of you to ask does not mean that they are all relevant, or that for any reason whatsoever you have the permission to shout at somebody who's brought a report to this committee. Please take a thinking approach and listen to what that person says, listen to the remit he's given, and please don't ask questions which are quite clearly not within the remit that he can answer. This aggressive shouting approach to a member who's come before this committee to do as he was asked is disgraceful. And you talk about damaging the council. The behaviour of some of the council this evening has done nothing but damage this council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can I have Councillor Neil Battle, please?
Oh, hi. Yes, thanks, Chair. Well, I've listened to this with some interest, and it's been quite revealing. It's kind of down to the fact that we didn't really set this up for good reason. Like, Councillor Lees obviously was in a tricky position, and he took the decisions with the backing of Paul Wilson and whoever it was, and he dealt with the problem. He didn't deal with it in the way that councils deal with things, which I suppose is probably a problem. But I kind of have a lot of sympathy with his position. But I also have loads and loads of sympathy with Councillor Archer's position. It's just, you know, like, we haven't dealt with this as clearly and as openly and as straightforwardly with open terms of reference that we needed. And I also feel that Councillor Hughes was quite aggressive, and I don't think we can really blame our expert witness, or whatever we call him, our independent guy, for, you know, like, dealing with the questions that he's been put in front of him. So all in all, I like the recommendations. I don't really like the process, and I've no idea how I'm going to vote. So there we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Flitter, sorry you still haven't got your blue hand, but I found you now. Councillor Flitter.
Thank you, Chair. Well, firstly, I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Dunning for stepping into the lion's den, because that's what it must feel like. And to be quite honest, I won't be able to support this recommendation tonight, but not because of the work that Mr. Dunning has done. And I don't want him to go away feeling that he's not done the job. He admitted right from the start what I'd got in my notes, and that is because I believe that it is the remit, the scope, the terms of reference, regardless how you want to term it, that is the fault of the council in setting this up from the start. And he can only do the job that he's been asked to do. So therefore, one question that he might be able to answer, and then I've got a point for maybe a member of staff. But the decision was discussed on the morning of the 8th, and yet it wasn't until the 5 a.m. on the 9th when it was determined that this action should be taken by Derwent Treescapes. Why wasn't staff, why weren't staff deployed immediately to do this job? Because I'm sure we've got capable people that could have avoided this situation. Have you got any answer to that, Mr. Dunning, please?
Thank you, Councillor. The only answer I can give to that is that the emails we have seen suggest that it was left till 5 a.m. because the work on the head had been done on a previous occasion at that time, or the work to remove it. It was less disruptive. And so I believe that the office has decided to follow the same process because it had worked on the previous occasion.
Thank you for that, but I am somewhat dismayed because knowing what happened in Bristol and other areas of the country, we should have taken immediate action and not waited till the following morning. However, I did say that this was due to the remit, the scope, the terms of reference this council failed to do properly, and I shall be taking this forward to answer the questions that have been put forward so that the councillors get a proper investigation and a proper answer to the questions that have been put forward, that some have decided that it was irrelevant. And I want to find out why that has been done and why the council officers or the controlling group took this action in the first place. So you'll be hearing more about it, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Flitter. And I know Councillor Hobson to sum up before we go to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, speaking as Deputy Leader of this council, I'd like to apologise to Mr Dunning for the type of questioning he's had to face tonight. I feel absolutely ashamed that somebody can come and speak to this council and present a really comprehensive report and be treated like that by members of this council. It illustrates what I said in my leaders' announcements early this evening. We have some members who treat officers and members of staff with a complete disrespect, and it's totally unacceptable. I don't know how Councillor Lees has managed to keep his cool and calm this evening, but his actions have been recognised and praised by the independent person. So I say no more. It's very late. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to the vote, please, Chris.
May I come back?
Councillor,
may I come back?
Councillor Hughes, you did have 8 minutes earlier.
I think I've been. I'm being denigrated here by various councillors. I feel that this report comes to conclusions that it can't come to on the basis of the evidence that it's collected, and as such, it's not a report that can be supported. And I feel that my question.
Okay, so that's your opinion. So you can exercise that in the vote that we now have. And then you know the relevant processes, and to go through James if you want to take it to the next stage, please. I think we now go to the vote. It's 10:15. Chris, please. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Allison.
Against.
Councillor Archer.
Against.
Councillor Atkin.
For.
Councillor Bright.
For.
Councillor Buckler. Councillor Buckler.
Yes. Councillor Butler. Come back to him, shall we?
Go back to him, right? Okay. Councillor Bull.
Abstain.
Councillor Martin Barefoot.
Against.
Barefoot.
Could somebody turn the television off? I don't know who.
Exactly. Can we remind members that
Sorry.
if they're not speaking, they should have their microphone off, Chair?
Please, thank you.
Councillor
Right. I think we, for clarity, Chris, can we get back? I think we've got to go back to the beginning. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
Right.
Have you got a clean sheet of paper?
Yeah. Councillor Allison.
Right.
There seems to be background again. I mean, I think you want to remind members that they need to turn the microphone off and only turn it on when they are voting.
I think it's Councillor Rose. Councillor Rose keeps coming up.
You don't need to remind us.
Councillor Rose keeps coming up on my screen as being the person speaking. I think it may be his.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I can't see everything, I'm afraid. So is Councillor Rose muted? I beg your pardon, everyone. Right. Chris, let's start again. Okay. For or against on this motion. Thank you.
Allison.
Against.
Councillor Archer.
Against.
Councillor Atkin.
For.
Councillor Bright.
For.
Councillor Buckler, is he there?
I am. Against.
Okay. Councillor Bull.
Abstain.
Councillor Martin Barefoot.
Very much against.
Against or for, please?
Councillor Sue Barefoot.
Against.
Against. Councillor Buttle.
Against.
Councillor Chapman.
For.
Councillor Donnelly.
For.
Councillor Fitzherbert.
For.
Councillor Flitter.
Against.
Councillor Froggatt.
For.
Councillor Furness.
For.
Councillor Gamble.
Against.
Councillor Hill.
For.
Councillor Hobson.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
Against.
Councillor Lees.
For.
Councillor Tony Morley.
For.
Councillor Michelle Morley.
For.
Councillor O'Brien.
Against.
Councillor Pawley.
She's left the meeting.
Right, okay. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Against. Against.
Councillor Rose.
For.
Councillor Salt.
For.
Councillor Shirley.
For.
Councillor Slack.
Against.
Councillor Statham.
For.
Councillor Sutton.
For.
Councillor Swindle.
Abstain.
And Councillor Wakeman.
For.
Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's all political, isn't it? Unfortunately.
Thank you very much. Can we just have the vote, please? I think the motion has been carried.
Yeah, it's 18 for, 12 against, and two abstentions.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. So the motion has been carried. I'd just like to again also to thank the independent person, Steve Dunny. Thank you very much for your patience and your forbearance tonight and for staying up with us till 10:20. We just need to seal the documents at item 25. Councillor Wakeman.
I'll move them.
Yeah. Before you do that, point of order. Point of order. A member of the public has asked me why Councillor Donnelly, Councillor Lees were able to vote on this motion.
Yeah, wow.
Because it's to do with the report. If we can take that up later, if you wish to. We're now on the sealing of documents, Councillor Hughes, please. So it's been moved by Councillor Wakeman and it's been seconded by Councillor Atkin. All those in favour, please. Thank you very much. We will, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having some extraordinary meetings presently, which you'll be informed of shortly, because we haven't obviously finished all the business tonight. But I formally close the meeting at 24 minutes past 10. Thank you very much and good night.
Thank you for your patience.
Night, Chair.